What's up, guys? Welcome to Shay's Tube. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It is May the 2nd. It's a Friday, you guys. Thank God it's Friday. Don't forget, tonight is Fuckery Friday, and I got a lot of fuckery news to tell you guys. Before we start off with this reaction live, I'm basically answering people questions and replying to their comments on a couple of videos that I did pertaining to Karmelo, Anthony, and Austin Metcalf. All right, but before we go into that, let me go ahead and do this copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. That entire copyright disclaimer is in my description area. Some of it is scrolling across that navy banner, and it will be in my comment area once this video is done. All right. If you enjoyed this content today, could you please thumbs it up? All right, let me go ahead and push that because, you know, StreamYard does not do this automatically. They should. And if you are not subscribed to the channel, could you please subscribe and hit that bell notifications so you can be notified of any upcoming videos. Make sure you share and leave a comment. Welcome to everybody in the bushes, everybody who watches us in the replay. Over here in the chat, we got Jermaine in the place to be. Jermaine in the place to be. Hey, Jermaine in the place to be. What's up, dog? Anyway, guys, Jermaine said, like, share, subscribe, and drop a comment. Let me let y'all know straight up, though, when you drop a comment, keep it intelligent, keep it respectful, and keep it classy, okay? Otherwise, you will be replied to. That's the first thing. Not the way I want to, though. I'll keep it professional. And you will be banned from my channel, and that's on everything. All right, you can see over here, you can voice your opinions. You don't have to agree with me, because I have people in my household. My son got right up here the other day and said that he thinks Karmelo should go to jail. Okay, point blank. So I'm not getting mad at people for feeling the way they want to. It's just the way you guys come across. So make sure over here you keep it respectful, or your comment won't be read. All right, it will be replied to by me though, but other people won't be replying to it. That's on everything. All right, because I run this over here. You go to your channel, you run your stuff. All right. So Jermaine also said you can support this channel via a Cash App at $Shades2, or a super chat, super sticker, or you can become a member for $4.99. Please note this, guys. Any donations that come into this channel, it is used to pay for things on this channel, like StreamYard, $50 a month, like video, whatever, IQ, whatever you call that mess. That's $40-some. You know, the time that Jermaine takes to do these backgrounds, thumbnails, and all that, the program and everything, the software for that costs money, and the internet. That's what those donation pays for. Okay, I don't know what other YouTubers do with their donations and things like that, but I'm just telling you over here what it helps support, because it's not free, you know, running this channel, and YouTube really don't pay crap unless you are getting at least 1,600 and more views on each video. So for all I made off of YouTube, total is probably about $400. And you guys see how much content I put out, and I didn't get anything. I won't be getting anything coming up this month because I didn't make enough. So it takes a long time to get to 100, because YouTube just don't pay like they should pay. I don't know why people brag about it if they don't have a lot of views. I really just don't. But anyway, so that's what Jermaine said. Hey, Tony Bands, what's up? What's up? What's up? Happy and blessed Friday to you. Same thing to you, Jermaine. Happy and blessed Friday to you, and happy and blessed Friday to everybody who's watching. All right. So anyway, guys, this live right here is basically a reaction live, and also for me to answer you guys' questions regarding Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf and the things that I said in 2 or 3 videos. The thing is, this is freedom of speech. Okay, I can say whatever I choose to say, just like you can. That's the first thing. All right. So when you come over here with stuff, don't tell me how I should think, just like I'm not telling you how you should think. You can think however you want to. And wishing people be unalive and you don't know everything about the case is plainly ridiculous. Let me tell you something. When you wish things on others, sometimes that stuff comes back on you or your family members. Okay. You guys don't know if Karmelo is guilty or anything because you haven't seen all of the proof. All right. Just like I have it. You have not seen the videos. You have not seen anything, and you were not there. Okay. All you know is what you heard some witnesses say and what you think Okay, and it may not be the 100% truth, and you may not have all of the details. So for you guys to sit up here and call this kid an earlier, but yet you don't say the same thing for other people who have been in similar situation but are of different race, like white, you guys need your ass whipped, and that's on everything. And I'm just telling you straight up, period. All right, you need your ass beat. Forget the whip. You need your ass beat, saying stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't know about this case in detail. You just know what you see, just like I do. But if I want to think and say that I believe Karmelo acted in self-defense, that's what I believe. Just like if you want to say you don't think he did, that's what you think. But don't sit up and act like it's factual information that you're giving out, because it's not. You don't know what the heck Austin did once he got his ass up and walked over there, or whatever he did, ran or skipped or whatever he did to go over there and to approach Karmelo Anthony. You don't know what transpired, just like I don't. So why are you saying Karmelo just got up and stabbed him? You know good and daggone well that's a lie. You know that's a lie. You know good and well that dude just did not stab that boy. The thing is, what everyone is beginning to say is that this did not have to happen, all right? Because Austin ass should have went over there and told those 4 coaches from 2 different schools that this kid is underneath our tent and let them handle that. What gave him the authority to do any damn thing other than to say, why you over here? Other than that, if Karmelo answered back in a mean way, that boy Austin should have went over there and told those coaches point blank. And I don't know why you guys don't see that. Okay, I don't know why you don't see that. That's crazy as heck. Hey, Red Squid, thank you so much for tuning in. Jermaine, I said I was gonna keep it calm, but you know I wasn't. These people don't be knowing what they got in store, messing around with shades, dude. But I don't understand that. Everybody up here talking about race and stuff, and no one is speaking the 100% truth that dude should have went to tell the daggone coaches point blank. And just like, and I'm not going to recant what I said about Karmelo either, because I did say this, that once Austin was running his damn mouth to him, Karmelo can just get up and take his ass over there and tell the coaches. That's what I said. Because let me tell y'all something, y'all. I'm not racist, okay? I have white relatives, friends, and everything. And, you know, I supported Allison, Casey and Allison, all right, when other people didn't. When I found out about the case and I looked at it, when I read everything from the get-go, I believe he was acting in self-defense, regardless of them into a beef before and everything. I'm just talking about the incident in the daggone restroom, nothing more. So I believe he acted in self-defense, and Casey is white. So for me, this case for me does not have anything to do with race for me until you guys bring it up and I have to defend our race. All right, point blank. All right. Now, I'm going to, and let me just say this too. You guys said too that this is not an incident, it's an murder. Dum-dums. It's still an incident. Do you know the definition of incident? When police fill out an incident report, they are telling you about what happened. Okay? Whether it's serious or not, it's called an incident. Okay? Or an incidents. But it is an incident. All right? Period. Why are you guys so petty that you're looking at little bitty stuff, talking about it, when you should be stating that neither one of these boys should have took it nowhere, on no level? Period. That's what you should be saying. I see why it's so much violence in this world. Why so many grown-ass people be up here acting worse than these 2 kids. And then somebody say 17 is not a kid. Are you slow? 17 years old is still a kid, stupid. All right? They are still kids. Go hit a 17-year-old and they call the police and see, won't you, unless it's self-defense, be charged with some type of child abuse? They're kids. The hell are you talking about? They're not grown. And then you guys hide behind fake screen names, no pictures, and talk your shit. How about you come up on this panel, show yourself, and then you talk your stuff? Simple. I'm going to put the link up here. Just 1 second. Every day I got to make a damn reaction video because y'all say stupid stuff. You don't come in the comment section and talk like you got sense. Some of you guys did, but for the most part, some of you guys act stupid, and that's on everything. And I see why these kids act the same way, because they learned it from you guys. My kids are all doing good, babies, okay? Every single one of them, okay? And got good careers. One is in law enforcement. The other one is training to be a principal, okay? Making 6 figures and shit, all right? Got a whole doctoral degree, okay? The other one got a very good job. The other 2 are in college. The other one is still in high school. They're all doing good. No police stuff or anything. So while you're sitting up here talking about other people's kids, worry about your badass kids and what they're doing. And that's on everything. And make sure they're straight. And yeah, I took it there. I took it there. This is my channel. I take it whatever I want to take, wherever I want to take it to. Go to your channel and make a damn video, improve and say whatever you want to say. But don't come to my channel telling me how to think. Point blank, I don't tell you guys how to think. Think how you want to think. I don't care how you think. Because in the end, the only thing that's going to matter is what the daggone prosecution present and what the defense attorney presents and what the jury and the judge see. Okay, and what they determine, not what you determine out here in damn social media land. Period. And that's on everything. Goodness, y'all so damn crazy. It's ridiculous. You know, you guys don't preach intelligence. You preach craziness. Nobody said Austin, he can say, you know, leave or ask the boy why is he in the tent. But after that, Austin should have took his ass right over there to the coaches, 4 coaches from 2 different schools. Why did he do that? Why did he see that he could do this? Why did he think he had the authority to go over here and say anything to this kid? Why? And then to threaten or to physically try to remove this dude, whether he pushed him, punched him, or whatever, he did not have authority to do that. And why did Karmelo not just get his ass up and go to the coach too? So when y'all talk and speak the goddamn truth. And that's on everything. Speak the goddamn truth. And I'm trying not to say no real vulgar words, but you guys make people say stuff because y'all talk stupid. And that's on everything. Damn. Goodness. Let me tell you something, honey. Oh, my God. And let me tell y'all something, you guys. Let me tell y'all straight up. If you come over here to this damn chat and you start talking racial stuff, your ass is going to be banned and blocked. You can't show your damn face. You can't use real channels and you're saying shit. I'm going to give you this link and I want y'all to come up here because y'all do be having a lot of damn shit to say, but y'all don't bring y'all ass up here. And I'm just tripping on that all together. But if you get up here and you do some stupid shit, your ass is going to be off this panel. And that's on everything. The only person that can get up here and start acting crazy is me. But I'm not going to disrespect you guys. Okay? Period. That's why this is called Shades Tube. All right? So don't forget that. So there's the link. If you feel like you want to come up here, come on up here. All right? And Greg, you don't know this. What proof do you have, Greg? What proof do you have that Karmelo is going to prison for life and that he did not commit self-defense? Greg, come on up here on the panel and tell me what proof you have. Because I don't think you have any dag on proof, Greg. You are going on what you think you know, okay? And what witnesses say, and you don't know if all these witnesses are telling the entire story or the entire truth. See, one thing about the court of law, and I did major in law when I first went to college, all right? So one thing about law is that the law looks at actual proof and facts, not on hearsay or what you think or your opinion. They look at actual proof, Greg. That's what they look at. So you give me some proof where you say that Karmelo Anthony did not engage in self-defense. Don't give me some shit that you think. I want to see proof, Greg. Just like Allison shouldn't have had his life at school, all right? And he did not even get charged, all right, for that. Now, I support Case and Allison, you know, because I know them kids, you know, from what I read, they were bullying him and, you know, and this boy liked to bully and things like that, according to what they said at the case, at the court case, okay, point blank. So it is what it is. But the thing is, Greg, they did not charge him for having a knife on school property, which is a felony, Greg. I actually went to a lawyer and asked, okay, according to Texas laws. All right. So over here, Shades Tube is just not saying stuff, Greg. Shades Tube actually takes the time out to consult a lawyer or look it up or whatever the case is. Okay, that's what we do over here. Okay, Greg. Now, I'm pretty sure, Greg, you carry a gun, or a knife with you because you're carrying a GUN. Does that mean that you are intending to just unalive someone? No, you carry a GUN for protection for whatever reason, right? Okay, so for you and other people to automatically assume that this boy had a knife because he's trying to come to the me to unalive someone that he did not even mess with at first, you guys sound crazy as hell, and that's on everything. He did not plan anything. It's not premeditated because he never knew that Austin was going to say anything to him. Karmelo was on his phone texting probably a girl. So Austin didn't have any reason to say a damn thing to him. And if he did choose to say something, once Karmelo said whatever he said back, Austin should have taken his ass out to the coaches and told them. That's what they're there for. All right. Austin is not grown. He does not have authority to do a damn thing. And I don't care if you or nobody else don't like what I say, then leave and stay your ass off my channel. It's simple. And go to somebody's channel who supports your foolish thoughts. And that's on everything. Of course, he shouldn't have a knife nowhere. But kids today carry knife. And let me let you know a little secret. If the knife is under a certain length or inches or whatever, they can carry it. All right. Let me just give you this little article right here that we researched from Texas law. Okay, let me just read it real quick because y'all think y'all know everything. You guys don't look up shit. I know that for sure. Or even if you do look it up, you don't comprehend. Okay, so here it is. This is from the law office. Okay, the Law eSource Library. Texas law restricts possession of a knife with a blade over 5 1/2 inches in certain locations, including on school property and at school events. In general, it is a felony to possess a location-restricted knife on the physical premises of a school, any grounds or buildings on which a school-sponsored activity is being conducted, or a school passenger transportation vehicle. And the consequences of that is expulsion or placement in a disciplinary alternative education program, DAEP. Okay, I read that because of two reasons. One reason is that Casey Allison had a knife on school property. Now, the thing is, I don't know if it was under that 5 1/2 inches, okay, because they say it has to be over that, those inches. Just like we don't know the inches on Karmelo's knife, okay? We don't know that. We don't know the inches of his knife, I meant to say. All right. So if we don't have those facts, you don't need to speak on it. And also, you don't know why he had a knife. He probably had the knife all along because for whatever reason, for protection or whatever. Okay. We don't know. Karmelo has not spoken out. So for you to sit up to assume, or anybody else to assume he had a knife and just stab people is not right. Do you carry a GUN just to shoot people? Just because you get into a simple altercation or whatever? Or are you planning to shoot people because you think, or you're going to go out and you're going to make something happen so you can use it? Because that's what y'all saying with him. You guys are saying that he brought a knife. He carries a knife because he planned to use it on Austin when he didn't even know that he was going to get into an altercation. That boy just probably had a knife with him because he probably carries a knife with him anyway, because he probably, somebody could have threatened him, or he just feel like he needs to carry it, just like when you guys carry a GUN every damn where you go. Even in places you don't supposed to have one, and you guys do. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're trying to unalive people in a grocery store or a laundromat or a store or the mall or even the church or anywhere else you carry your GUNs at, or the park. But if you get into an altercation where you feel like you need to pull it out and use it, then so be it. But some of you guys pull it out when you don't really need it. So don't tell me anything about some underage kids, because you guys will pull out a GUN and shoot people for touching your damn cars, okay? For being a certain race or having a certain sexual orientation, or because a woman did not say respond to your compliments or whatever you said, or because a dude disrespected you or something. That's what you guys do. So you can't say a damn thing about no kids, and that's on everything. He carried the knife because he damn wanted to. Just like Casey Allen said in that damn restroom. He had a knife because he damn wanted to. If that blade wasn't over 5 1/2 inches, can't shit be done about it. Just like if this boy's knife wasn't over 5 1/2 inches, then it is what it is. But if it is over that, then he still may get charged with carrying a knife on school property of any sort. We're not talking about that issue. We're talking about the issue where you guys say is saying that he basically just took his life out and stabbed that kid when you know good and damn well that's not true. You know that's not true. Y'all are good at that shit. All right. You mess with people, and I know this for sure. You mess with people, and then when someone defends themselves, then you guys want to play victim. Okay. And there's so many examples of that all throughout social media. And I can even tell you guys some examples. I have already did. Right on. I do not know if he brought a knife. Who are you talking about, Kason or Karmelo? I don't know if he brought a knife to school with him or not on the school property. I don't know. You have to ask Karmelo that because I can't speak for him. You know, he probably had a knife with him all the time, though. You know, I mean, you know, when I have my weapons on me, I have it with me wherever I go. You know what I'm saying? Point blank, wherever I go. Okay, so he might have. I don't know. But was he planning to stab Austin Metcalf? No, because Austin is the one who chose to physically talk to him and verbally talk to him and physically do whatever he did. Okay, he chose that. Like I said before, when Austin saw him underneath the tent, Austin could have asked, but once that dude said, Karmelo said anything, and he did not leave, you don't take it in your hands to go over here and physically remove him or tell him you are going to remove him. You go and tell the damn teacher. What's wrong with you guys? That's what's wrong with you guys. You don't follow authority. Okay? Austin is not grown. Austin was not the daggone coach. There were 4 coaches out there, and I don't hear anybody saying this. Nobody except 4 people, me and 3 other people. And that's the damn shame. And this is why violence is where it is today in this world amongst all races. Okay. And that's on everything. Because you guys don't have control and you don't use your common sense. All right. Point blank. And it's going to continue to happen until you guys do what's right. When you have kids, and I have kids, you should be teaching them to not mess with others. Don't bully. If somebody tells you to leave them alone, back your ass up. If somebody tell you, you touch me and I got some, you don't keep on continuing to act like you all big and bad and mess with them. You get your ass away from them and go tell the proper authorities and let them deal with that. Austin is not Captain Save-A-Ho. All right. And that's on everything. Whatever. I'm gonna put up every comment up here. Okay, y'all just keep it respectful. Okay. No, he's not a punk. A punk with a 3.7, 3 point something grade point average. A punk with 2 damn jobs. All right, working Foot Locker in the other place, HEB, I think, or wherever. A punk who was the captain of the football and track team. A punk who has no criminal record. You better go research the punk, what a punk is, because he's a long way from being a punk. You're right. They are going off over a tent that is not their actual property. They didn't buy the damn tent. They were on a public property. Okay, that's the first thing. All right. And yes, it's the other team's tent. So what? There were 30 other people out there. Okay, 4 coaches out there. Okay, and other people out there. It was pouring down, raining. It was raining a lot. So he should never said nothing to him in the first place. He should have went over there and told the coach and let the coaches handle that. I don't give a damn what Greg is talking about. Okay, and that's on everything. Greg, what you need to do is go put up your YouTube video and argue why you think Austin is innocent and Karmelo isn't. Greg, you can laugh all you want today because the only one it is really truly affecting is your racist ass, and that's on everything. Okay, so you said Austin may not have the authority, but the reaction is what's over the top. I went to school in New York. If putting hands on people gave the right to use deadly force, first of all, listen, let me say this again. We don't know what type of hands he put on this kid. We don't know if the other brother was actually involved or not. We don't know what transpired. We just know what we're reading. So until we see the actual videos to let us know, we really can't comment on that. And I'm not really going to sit here and comment on that because I don't know exactly what happened once Austin went over there to the tent. But what I do know is Austin never had to say, he did not have to say anything. Okay, he definitely did not have the authority, and he certainly did not have the authority to threaten this kid or to punch or hit him if that's what he did. According to some witnesses, they say he punched that kid, and I'm gonna play that again today too. And they said that he pushed him, and his brother was also involved in this. Some people even think Hunter is the one that started speaking first, and then Austin joined in. Okay. And let me tell you something. It doesn't give the right to use deadly force unless you fear for your life. All right. Period. All right. You don't know if he was scared, and fear for his life. You weren't there. You don't know what Austin did. You guys are basing stuff off of pure racism. And I know you are, because Allison, even though I'm with Allison, I don't see the same outrage regarding him. I didn't see the media calling him a thug or anything else. This kid, Allison, does not, I don't want to talk about this boy. Let's see. He's not the same as Austin and Karmelo. Let's put it like that. Him or Joe. But I don't see any outrage. Okay, so until you guys can stop looking at just racism, don't even speak. For real. Because that's what you're basing everything on. The color of their skin. Because I guarantee you, if it was reversed, you guys wouldn't be saying any damn thing. If it was vice versa, you would not be saying a damn thing. Okay, you would be defending Austin, that he unalived the black kid because the black kid should have never said nothing to him. He should have went over there and put his hands on him. You would automatically assume that the black kid put his hands on him. Let's keep it real over here. You know why you guys are saying that. Okay, and if you are black, you know why you're saying it too. Okay, because you know good and damn well if that was your kid, you would not be saying what you're saying right now. Half of you guys, and this is black and white, you can't even handle a conversation with another grown-up like this without grabbing your GUN. So until you can do that, then talk to me. Otherwise, don't. Because I guarantee you, a lot of you guys be threatening to unalive somebody with your GUNs over simple things, or you're threatening to fight them. Old ass people. Okay? So don't say shit. He bought a knife because it was for protection. Just like when you bring a GUN, when you carry one, you carry that for a reason too, don't you? So you carry your gun just to unalive somebody. Huh? Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Okay. And let's just put this like this. If he is charged, okay, that means that whatever is in that video made the decision for them. Okay. So I don't have any objections to that. But if he is in charge, again, that means the same thing. But I bet you guys are still going to have an objection to that. So it's tripped out. All right. So again, let me tell you what it says, because I know you can't comprehend English. And I'm just going to really read it very slowly so you can hear me. All right. Let me just do it real slow. Texas law restricts possession of a knife with a blade over 5 1/2 inches in certain locations. So we're going to just stop right there, because the thing is, we don't know how many inches that knife blade is or anything else. Okay. If it was under 5 1/2 inches, though, I'm assuming that he's not going to get charged for having a knife on school property. But if it is over 5 1/2 inches, then he will. But put that aside. We are talking about the self-defense now. Did Austin come over there? Okay. Did he go over there? And did he actually physically assaulted Karmelo Anthony? And did his brother actually get involved as well? All right. Because see, on those videos, it's going to show all of that. And if those videos show that, and it made Karmelo fear for his life, Karmelo will have every reason to use the self-defense tactic he chose to use to keep himself safe from harm. Point blank. It doesn't matter if it was in his butt. Okay. It doesn't matter where that knife was at. Okay. You don't know if he had a knife at school. That's the first thing, just like I don't. So to say this is irrelevant. All right. Just like if you was in a court of law, you said this, you don't have any proof, they're going to throw it out. Okay, we're talking about that field that they were at, the park. All right. No, it's all over for you. Okay, because you're not gonna win point blank. Okay, you're not going to win if those videos show that Austin did something severely enough that provoked Karmelo Anthony into grabbing his weapon and using it, then it's all over for you. It's over for Austin anyway, but I'm just saying it's all over for all of that. All right, point blank. And that's how ignorant you guys are too. Because see, you're sitting up here arguing something, this boy is unalive. It won't bring him back. What you should be saying to save other kids is that Austin, yeah, he can talk, but once that other kid was like, no, I'm not leaving, or whatever he said, because I don't know what he said, then Austin should have taken himself over there to the coaches to report it, period. But you guys don't say that. So in the future, you're going to see other incidents like this too, where people are going to get unalive kids because you guys are making it seem like it's okay for Austin to do everything that he did when he should have done it. Because if he didn't do it, he would still be alive today. And all this shit you guys are talking, it's not going to bring that little boy back. His family is still going to be sad without the other twin. And the thing about it, you guys still don't realize shit that you do or say in these words that you say. So when other kids see this, they're going to feel like they can go do and say whatever they want to other kids. And then when those kids take out a knife or whatever, or even a GUN, then it is what it is. So y'all crazy as hell. No, I didn't read it wrong. I read it right. As a matter of fact, let me put it up here so you can damn read. Because clearly you can't read or comprehend a damn thing. Because if you could, you would know. I didn't read this wrong. It's read right. If that blade is over 5 1/2 inches and certain locations, including on school property and at school events, that's a felony. But if it's under that, that's not a felony. Now, I'm not saying that he still can't get in trouble for having a knife on school property, but it may not be a felony then. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You will have to talk to an actual lawyer and ask that lawyer that question, which I can do that right here on live too. Now, I'm not going to hold this forever because I'm sure you can read that in a fast, way. All right. It doesn't matter what he was going. When you carry a GU in your car or in your underneath your shirt, your leg, or wherever, what are you planning on doing with that GUN? Listen. On what's his name? Kaysen. His name is not Carson, but it's Kaysen Allison. He, according to him in the witness, because I don't know actually what they were thinking inside their brains. They could have planned this. Who knows? But I doubt it, because why would you plan to meet in the bathroom, in the restroom, and the other dude has 4 people plus himself? That's 5. Kaysen Allison only had 1 other person. That's Biddle. Okay, why would you do that if you planned it? If you plan something, you are going to have as many people as you can so it can be even. Because listen, Joe was already known to have other people with him, right? Other boys, his boys, and they were known to jump other kids and record it. Okay, so Allison already knew what he was known for and what he was capable of. So if that was planned, then I believe that Kaysen, not Carson, Kaysen Allison would have brought more people into that restroom. Okay. And then just say, even if they did plan it and he did just walk in there with 1 other person, like a weirdo, because I wouldn't if I would have had the same amount. Once Allison came in there with his friend Biddle, and they see what was going down, and they said they don't want no action, and they were trying to leave, and Joe stopped them, and then Joe took the first punch, and then his friends jumped in. He has every damn right to defend himself, okay? Point blank, just like you would have did, all right? Just like you would have did, because if you wouldn't have, you probably wouldn't be on this live right now, okay? Let's keep it real, y'all. Y'all need to say real shit. Good and damn well, if you walked in the restroom and this dude has 4, or this girl has 4 other people, it's 5 of them, it's 2 of you guys, even if you did go there to plan something, you're going to change your mind. But then when you try to leave, the girl or the dude stop you from leaving, and then they start jumping on you. They threw the first punch, and then the friends start joining in. Good and damn well, if you have a weapon, you're going to use that. You are, especially if you started fighting at first, which he did. He started fighting back, and then he took out his and started stabbing and cutting. That's exactly what he did. So he was not wrong for defending himself. Both of them were wrong for fighting and carrying this out for so long and things like that. And then the other people who had instigated this they were wrong too, because somebody should have reported this to the principal, of the school, because they had planned everything. They planned everything as far as going to the park, not at the school. They planned to go to a park or somewhere to fight it out. All right. And at that time, Allison asked Biddle to get him a GUN, but Biddle obviously didn't do it. So Allison decided to carry a knife for protection. He said that. All right. But the reason why he asked for a GUN is because Joe had a GUN at the after party, the prom after party. Okay. And the police didn't even check for that. So that's why it was deemed self-defense, because of what transpired in the restroom. Everybody know that all of them was into a beef with one another. Everybody know they were threatening each other. Okay, period. So no, he was not wrong. He can go wherever he wants to. That doesn't mean that Joe should be messing with him or stopping him from leaving the restroom. And it certainly didn't mean that Joe needed to throw the first punch and then his little friends jump in it and start hitting too. So no, you are wrong. And you're right. Self-defense is self-defense, period. The only issue that I have with this whole self-defense thing is that we have to make sure, once we see the videos in real evidence to support what we think, or to support his reason, for using the ultimate self-defense, using a weapon, we have to make sure that he had a reason to use that type of self-defense. And like I said before, if those videos don't show that, then it is what it is. But if it does show that, then it is what it is. It goes both ways. Okay, it goes both ways. It don't just go you guys' way. Okay, where you think that, oh yeah, he just unalived this kid because this kid just told him to move from the 10, and then he politely came over there, or maybe he got a little aggressive and he told him to move, and then all of a sudden Anthony just started off with, oh, touch me and see what I'm gonna do, punch me and see what I'm doing, and then he just stabbed him. Good and damn well it did not go like that. It sounds crazy even when I say it like that, because it's not true. Something else transpired. All right. Because if Austin was so calm, cool, and collective, once Austin asked him to leave or what he was doing there, Austin would have went over there and told the coaches, because Austin wouldn't want to get into any type of fight or altercation. It's crazy. Let me tell you something, honey. I was involved in domestic abuse. Okay, so we're not even gonna use that example. And a dude put his hands on me and got his ass fucked up. Okay, sorry, Jermaine. All right, it was self-defense. Okay, if anybody put their hands on me, I don't give a damn what you guys talking about. All right, I always fear for my life, unless it's a simple tap. Okay, period. But we can't even use that as an example, because a man versus a woman is two different things, because men are so much stronger, they can do so much damage. All right, period. If a man pushes a woman, it depends on how hard he pushes her. And certainly if he hits her, she can use deadly force, because he can punch the shit out of her and unalive her. What are you talking about? I have a lot of cases like that where men have punched and hit a woman. She used deadly force and got off. Now, if she just wait till he leaves, or he's trying to walk out, or she plans to do it the next day, then yes, she's going to get in trouble. But if a dude hits a woman and pushes her like that, in a manner where she's scared and thinks she fears for her life. You heard what I just put in there, fears for her life. And he hits her where she fears for her life. I'm not talking about a simple little smack. I'm talking about a for real hit. Then yes, she can use whatever force she needs to use. It's like when that dude ran up on my damn car. I use deadly force. All right? It's self-defense. You can't have a GUN, and you can have a knife if it's under a certain inches. Now, something is wrong with you guys. You guys are slow. Let me just look this up for you. Man, something is wrong with you guys. I just told you, if it's over on a school property, you shouldn't have a knife. But when it's over a certain length, that's where it becomes a felony. Now, if they have a knife and it's under a certain inches, I meant to say, they probably still did something they're not supposed to, but I don't know if that's a felony or not. It may be a misdemeanor, and they can still get suspended. All right? I would have to look that up in a legal dictionary to be able to tell that. And so let me look it up. Or Jermaine, you can look it up. I'll look it up real quick. I'm just going to say to school. Let me see. Let's see if they can go and tell me real quick. I just told you, you can't tell you guys a damn thing. Listen, you better start listening, because see, this is what's wrong with so many people in this world today. You don't listen, okay? You don't fucking listen. All right? Damn, y'all make me mad when y'all don't be listening. Gosh, I be trying not to say the F word, but you guys make me do it because y'all don't listen. It says in Texas, a minor carrying a knife under 5.5 inches to school is not automatically in violation of the law. But like I said, the school may still have its own rules about weapons. If the knife is part of a restricted category or the school does not allow that, then the student can face disciplinary action, including expulsion, but not no criminal charges if it's under 5.5 inches. All right? Didn't I just say that? I told you guys are dang gone. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. I just don't. You don't listen. You better hope that those videos don't prove what I just said, because if it does, I'm coming right back up here and do another live, and I'm talking about all of you guys, racist ass, and that's on everything. All right? I'm talking about every single one of you guys. And if it does prove the other thing, I'm still doing a live. Okay? And talk about how people jump to conclusions. I didn't, because I already said 50,000 times, if the video show this or that, then it is what it is. That's what I said. Because I have not seen the videos, all right? If I did, I would be telling you guys. Whatever, people, dude, whatever I was talking about at that time, listen very carefully, because I'm not repeating anything here. Hey, young Riz, how you doing? Thank you so much for tuning in, hon. Okay. Okay, so here we go with Jermaine. Okay, so he had a knife. Doesn't Austin was the aggressor, right? So he had a knife. That's what I keep on saying. If that knife was under 5.5 inches, he can carry it anyway. Of course, he may receive some type of penalties from the school. Okay, that's why they already exposed, stop him from going to the school, and probably he's off the teams and everything else. He's no longer the captain. I don't know what his jobs did or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's why those things were taken. Okay. However, when talking about the other criminal side of this, okay, the self-defense, that's a whole different thing, because we're trying to figure out exactly what happened, to make Karmelo feel like he needed to use a knife. But if that knife was under 5.5 inches, he can have it on school property. However, if the school has any type of rules or whatever, restrictions on any type of weapon, then he still can face consequences from the school, but he won't get charged, with a criminal offense. That's why Case and Allison didn't get charged. And see, originally when I was asking the question, why didn't he get charged? I didn't look up anything. I was doing just like you guys did. So now I know why he didn't get any charges. The knife he used probably wasn't over 5.5. It wasn't 5.5 and over. So that's why he did not get charged with any felony for having that knife on school property in that restroom. And I'm talking about Case and Allison right now. So if Karmelo Anthony knife is under 5.5 inches, he would not be charged with a felony for having a knife on school property, all right? Which is probably a separate, charge. Now, that doesn't say he won't get in trouble with the school, because he already has for bringing a knife on school property. Because if schools have a restriction on any type of weapon, whether it's under 5.5 or not, that's what the rules are. But legal-wise, you cannot file any charges because that knife has to be 5.5 and over, point blank. And so they said the Texas Penal Code 4601 allows for the open carry of knives. There are restrictions on where knives, particularly those over 5.5 inches, can be carried. So you need to be knowing all of this. And so, like I said, the schools in Texas are like the schools here in Atlanta and Cleveland. They all have rules, their own rules regarding weapons, including knives, even if they are legal to carry elsewhere, or even if they are under 5.5, okay? 5.5 inches, right? Yes. All right. So if that knife is under 5.5 inches with Karmelo Anthony, he's not in trouble like with a felony or anything. but the school can still cite him for that. All right, like expelling him from school, suspending him, and things like that. But they can't file criminal charges on him. Only if it was over 5.5 inches. Now, if it's over 5.5 inches, then he will probably get a separate charge, for that weapon. I don't know. They haven't told us, the inches on the blade. It's like they did with Case and Allison. But I'm assuming now that's the reason why Case and Allison did not get charged with carrying a weapon on school property, because it was not over 5.5 inches. But that's not saying that he didn't get in trouble with the school for having a knife, because he may not be allowed to go to that school anymore. They did not provide that information for Case and Allison. But now he's older anyway, so it wouldn't even apply. Case and Allison, when this happened, he was 17, but now he's what? 17, 18, 19, 20. So that was 22, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. So now he's 20 years old. So now he wouldn't be in the school anyway, period. Yeah. So they said knives with blades over 5.5 inches are considered location restricted knives, and they are prohibited in certain areas, including school premises. Just like I just said, it's like when you go into the justice system court, you can't have no weapons. I don't give a damn if it's a fingernail file. It can be a toenail clipper. It can be an envelope opener. It can be anything that's sharp or anything that looks like it can be a threat. Okay, so none of those rules apply there. In other certain locations, none of these rules apply either. You just can't bring any weapons like in schools. 5.5 inches, if it's 5.5 inches and over, it's a felony. If it's under that, it's not a felony, but you still can get in trouble as far as getting expelled from that school or suspended, period. Okay, and I'm not answering any more questions about that, because you can feel free to go online to a legal dictionary, or you can go to the laws of Texas, or you can go ask the attorney online, and they will tell you the same thing. And I just showed you. Who got removed? Case and Allison. We already know that Karmelo Anthony got expelled, all right, because he had a knife. Okay, so maybe that knife was over 5.5. I don't know for sure. Hold on for a second, y'all. It is boy. Maybe. But anyway, Jermaine, you know what that was about right there. I told you every day, eat them up. You know what I'm talking about. How can anyone send their kid to public school when an altercation can turn deadly for a simple push? Go ask the parents that this happens to, because I don't know. My kids don't go to public school, okay, point blank. But things like this can happen anywhere. It can happen outside. It can happen when they go into the store, basketball, football, soccer, whatever. It can happen anywhere. So that's why parents need to teach their kids to leave other kids alone. No bullying. Just don't try not to get into any altercations, because kids, they don't just carry knives, they carry GUNs too. Now, which can do even more damage. Okay, because a lot of times when these kids start shooting, they shoot a lot of people. All right, so the thing is, we need to teach our kids to keep their hands to themselves and mind their own business. When a kid tell you to leave them alone, then you need to do that. All right, point blank, and stop playing like you have the authority to do anything, because you don't. All right, Austin did not have the authority to do a damn thing. Now, granted, with that being said, I know kids, okay? So therefore, kids will say stuff. So when Karmelo, if he said anything like that back, just say if Karmelo did be like, man, I'm not leaving no damn where. Okay, so then Austin take his little ass right out there to the coach and tell the coaches. Just like Karmelo should have done the same thing. And then if they both would have did the same thing, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. I don't know why you guys don't see that. Point blank. You said, how do you know it was a simple push? I don't know if it was a simple push. You know what I'm saying? If I said that, I didn't mean to say it, because I don't know if it was a simple push. Okay, it could have been a hard push. It could have been a simple push. It could have been an even more harder push. I don't know. That's why we need to see the video, because everybody is assuming, we just don't know what type of push it was. If you are on bleachers and you push somebody hard enough, they can fall on the bleachers and get seriously hurt. I can look up right now how many people have got seriously hurt on bleachers when people, bleachers, when people have pushed them. Okay. So again, we're not them. Okay. We weren't there. We don't know how hard this dude pushed them or whatever he did. Okay. That's why I said when that video comes out, it's already out, we just don't see it. When they show us the videos, when they go to court, then we will know. Because until then, all we're going to do, unless somebody leaks something, but they were told not to leak a damn thing, don't, it will be some repercussions, legal repercussions. So I doubt anyone will leak a video because people were taking, videos of the entire incident and stuff. So the thing is, we won't know though until they go to court and everything, the trial, and then we will know exactly what happened. But according to some witnesses, which I'm going to play, one today, okay, or maybe two. You can sit where you want, okay, but when the proper authority tells you to leave, and here the key terms that I use. I said when the proper authority tells you to leave, you can either leave willingly or they can call the police. Simple as that. Because let's take an example, a movie theater. One time I went to the movies and somebody was sitting in my seat. Now that person got up, they were nice, but just say they said no to me. Y'all, I'm not about to sit up here and argue over no damn movie seat. The only thing that I would do maybe is go and tell the attendant and let the attendant handle it. As a matter of fact, I probably wouldn't even say anything to the person. I'm going to go to the attendant and let the attendant know. Because sometimes even when you ask people nicely, they get mad and be ready to throw down. And then let me tell you something else people would do. Even if they get up, they may leave the movie theater, go to their car, come back and just start, you know what, because they were mad. So for me, I'm really not saying anything to anyone. I'll go tell the proper authority, or I can sit in the other seat. Unless I'm sitting in somebody else's seat, then I'll just go tell the proper authority at the movie theater. That day I asked them nicely and they got up and moved to the other seat. One time I asked somebody, they did too, but they was asking me, can I sit in the other seat? Because they wanted to sit side by side their husband or something. I said, okay. So that's the way you handle it. And that's the way you should be teaching your kids to handle things. Okay. Not the fact that they have to, you can ask people whatever you want to, but you don't take the law into your own hands. You don't try to physically remove someone from anywhere if you don't have the authority to. That's what the police is there for. That's what the manager is there for, the movie attendants, the coaches, okay, security. That's what they are all there for. Okay, there was no reason why he should have been doing everything he did. I'm talking about Austin, point blank. If he never did all of that, none of this would have happened. Just where I showed you, I got it from, period. Clearly, you did not comprehend yours, though, okay? It was rainy. Boy, what are you talking about? It was rainy, okay? Look at the report. That is crazy. You know what? You know what, Jermaine, we're going to block him because he's up here saying stuff that's not untrue. You can just go ahead and block him and remove him right now. That's crazy. Block him right now before I do it. That's crazy. Don't come over here saying wrong things. It was raining there. It was pouring down rain. It was pouring down rain. Block his ass right now or I'll do it. There you go. I already got it, Jermaine. Thank you. He's out. Got time for that. I already did it. Hey, Brown Street. What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, because Brown Street, you know how I be. Gosh, that's stupid. Some of these people, you can have your own opinions. If you think that Karmelo just went out and did this, but just support it with real factual proof. Okay, not some shit that people think they know and they don't really know. This dude get up here and say it wasn't raining. So that's why he got himself banned. Because I don't got time for all that. The dude, it was raining out there. That's silly. So, yeah. Okay, so I had to remove him. I wanted to keep him over here, you guys, but when you start saying stuff that's not true, you're out of here. Point blank. That's stupid. That is stupid. Another thing is not weapons too. If parents teach their kids to not, be so quick to pull out weapons, okay? That's the first thing. Secondly, if they teach their kids to mind their business, because a lot of times people pull out weapons because someone is messing with them, okay? And teach your kids not to bully people, all right? That's the most important thing. Tell them not to bully people. All right, because now when you bully kids, the other kids that's being bullied, sometimes they come back with GUNs and shoot up the whole school. Okay, but this is not the case in this one. It's not about even bullying like that. Okay, it's simple. It's simply this: Austin, he can ask whatever he wants to ask. He shouldn't have, but he can ask whatever he wants to. But once Karmelo came back with whatever reply he made, Austin should have got up and walked over there to the coaches to report it, since he had a problem with him being under the tent. And then if Austin did not do that, then I still say Karmelo could have said, okay, man, and got up, walked over to the coaches, because two of his, what school is it? It was 4 coaches all together. Okay. So he could have just told any one of those coaches. Okay. And they would have came over there, and seen what the problem was, and let everybody know either Karmeloanthony can stay, so leave him alone, or either they would have told him he had to leave, point blank. And we would not be having this discussion, and Austin would still be alive today. All of this other stuff you guys are talking about, it really doesn't matter, because this kid is already alive. Let's keep it real. What we need to talk about is how the right thing should have been done from the start, so we can decrease this, the chance of this happening again to any other kid. We can just decrease this down, all right? Because we don't need other kids going out here thinking they can do the same thing, whether they be, trying to do things themselves when they shouldn't, or whether they take out weapons, period. We don't need this to happen again, okay? So as parents, we need to teach our kids, do not take authority into your hands. Do not bully people, and leave people alone when they tell you to. But I know why they don't teach this, because grown-ups do the same thing. You can tell a grown person to leave you alone, or else they get even more mad, and then guess what? An altercation takes place. You see it every day out here in Cali, road rage. One person in the car blowing, the other person blows back. Some person saying something else to them. They saying stuff to each other. Then one person open the door, the other person open the door. They get out, and here you go. Then unfortunately, sometimes the other person go back and get his GUN, or he already have it, or either a baseball bat, and somebody gets unalive. The thing is, nobody should be getting out of their cars, okay, period. You can blow all you want to, but somebody has to be the person that says this is not even worth it, and keep on going. I say don't even be blowing your horn like that, because you got crazy people. Even when you blow your horn excessively, even if you don't get out the car, sometimes people follow you and start, from their cars. So in order to stop this from happening, you have to be intelligent enough and calm enough to realize risking your life over this foolishness is not worth it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all got to work on that, even myself, because I can go off. So the thing is that we have to all practice this, and then teach this to our kids, because there's too many kids that are getting unalive, over stupidity, period. And bullying is just not acceptable at all either. All right, because you just can't go around, bullying people. And I don't know if Austin is a bully or whatever the case is. I don't know that. I didn't see anything that says he's a bully all the time or whatever the case is. But I do know that Austin should not have been bullying at that particular time if he consistently kept on saying stuff to this kid. What blank? That's what I do know. Because if the cars were turned on, you guys would not be up here saying a daggone thing, and I know you would. Only certain people probably would be, but for the most part, you wouldn't be saying shit. Just like a lot of people didn't say anything about Casey, okay? And Casey was not a bully though, but Joe was the bully, according to all the witnesses, including one of his friends too, and maybe more than one friend, and all of the other witnesses, and the evidence and proof that they have. So it is what it is. Now hold on for a minute, y'all. Let me turn this fan down a little bit. It's too hot. Damn. Hold on, I got it too hot. Put it down. And let me take my vitamin. Now let me get to these comments real quick, because I don't have all day to be able to stay online. I do have to go to work. Okay, let me see. So let me see, yo. You said he's in the 86,000 club, right on. there's definitely a double standard. It sure is, or just downright being hypocritical, and that's true. Okay, let me go ahead and read some of these comments real quick, you guys. Hold on, because I don't have. Hold on. Oh man, hold on for a minute. This boy, hold on. What in the hell? Okay, y'all, hold on. I'm sorry about that. I had to go unlock this door. I don't know how this boy got out the door, but he can't get back in the house. That's so weird, man. Hold on for 1 second. Let me get these messages. Hold on. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. Let me tell these kids that door is unlocked. Okay, let me go ahead and read some of these comments because and then I want y'all to hear this video before we get ready to get out of here. Damn, Six Flags is closing for good. Six Flags. Oh, Six Flags is closing, you guys, for good. All over. Let's see. In Hurricane Harbor. Oh, they must be losing money. Oh, so okay, I gotta tell y'all about this later on tonight. They finally told us. Okay. That's the live on Fuckery Friday. Okay. So now let me go ahead and read these messages real quick because it's already 1. This time goes by so quick. I've been up here screaming for the longest. Let's see. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me tell him this doors open. Hold on, y'all. And I need to. Okay. Now let me go to the comments because I had to do all of that, you guys. Let's see here. Comments. I got to go to my live so I can see it because I don't have the comment screenshot. Well, let me turn this stuff down. Let me see this. Okay, hold on, y'all. Bear with me. And thanks for everybody coming in too. I'm sorry I had to block the man Greg, but he was saying untrue stuff, you guys. I just we can't be doing no untrue shit over here, okay? He full of shit. Greg is over here trolling. I don't like that. That's crazy. We over here talking about serious stuff. He trolling. Okay. So this is the one that I want to let me see. It was this one right here. The one that got 532 views, which is not that many views. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. But so let me go ahead and address all of these. And before I do that, let me go ahead and answer these questions over here. Okay, so you said you never heard the media say Kaysen was a thug or murderer. The media never called Kaysen Allison a thug or a murderer, but they definitely been calling Karmelo one. How can a thug, once again, how can a thug have a 3 point something grade point average? It's over 3.3. And I think it's like 3.7 if I'm not mistaken. How can a thug have 2 jobs? Some thugs have a 1, but most thugs are not that disciplined. Some thugs don't even have 1 job. Let's keep it real. They got jobs, all right, but it's not doing what you think. Okay, and how can he not have a criminal background if he's a thug? Thugs usually have criminal backgrounds. Thugs usually act up all the time in school. They could never be a captain of a football team or a track team. They just won't be because they're a thug. Okay, thugs like to do thuggish activities. We did not find any thuggish activities on Karmelo Anthony. And he can't be called a murderer because he's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. The court you guys are calling him murder is the court of opinions, and that's it. Right, and thank you for acknowledging that, because both boys should have been taught to resolve confrontation. And this is the point that I've been trying to make the entire time. All right. And I am only going off the facts that I see, in facts that I know for sure from reading the police report, the incident report, and, and that's it basically. Some things I'm looking at what some witnesses say, but we don't know for sure if any of these witnesses, if they're telling the 100% truth or if they are actually witnesses and if they are not being biased or whatever. That's why I keep on saying we have to wait and see the video proof. And I wish somebody could have put the video up online, but they can't because they stopped that. Okay. So I'm glad you acknowledged this, and thank you. You said the media really put much emphasis on Kaysen having a knife at school. They talked about it, but again, if that knife, if the inches were under 5.5, then the media or whomever wants to can talk about it, but it's not a felony. It can be, wrong according to the school rules, and he probably, I'm more than likely think he probably was expelled from school for that, but no legal charges, and that's why we didn't see them. And you said they did not place emphasis on the knife. Well, they didn't. I mean, I heard them talk about it, but not like they did with Karmelo. Karmelo, everybody keep on talking about that knife, when they don't even know if it was over 5.5, when they don't know why he was carrying a knife. They just automatically assume he just magically put it in his bag that day to go up to the school to start an altercation. No. To sit there underneath the wrong tent, okay, while it was pouring out raining, to make and encourage and tell Austin to come over there and mess with him. And then he just took out his knife and just started stabbing. So that's what they think. You said there were kids in my school who were bullied so bad. I wonder to this day if they are mentally well. Really sad. Yeah, bullies shouldn't do it. And the reason why I say that is because, like, even when I was in school, like elementary, the kids used to do stuff to me. They used to do stuff, but I never did do anything back. I'm going to be perfectly honest. So me knowing firsthand that being bullied is not fun and it's not cool, this is why I say what I say. And then some kids don't handle things the way I do. They, especially now, they will go and get a weapon and use it, period. On the kids that bully them, the ones that laugh, and the ones that instigate it. They will get all of them. You have seen stories like that where kids carry GUNs to school and they shoot up everybody who was basically associated with it, even people that weren't. So we as parents, we have to teach our kids not to allow this type of thing to go on, with our children. My kids don't bully because they know I don't be playing around. When they were in school, they did not bully. My son, Sean, tries to be a little bully at times, And then I tell him don't do it or else he's in trouble. You know what I'm saying? He hates when I because he gets a weekly allowance, not no small weekly allowance, and I take money from him. I charge him a fine like the police does. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you guys. Okay. I charge him a fine just like the police would. Okay. And if you only get $100 a week and your mom is saying, if I hear you online, talking about people or bullying people, that's a form of bullying. I'm fining you $20. Okay, he may say okay the first time, but you keep on hearing him do that, and then when you get allowance, he don't have anything but $10 left. He'll start thinking about it, and then you take his ass off that computer, then he's really gonna think about it. You know what I'm saying? So we as parents, we have to do stuff. We have to keep our kids in check because even bullying online, that's unacceptable. You got to teach your kids how to do that. And I know they sneak and do stuff, and that's why you, as a parent, you got to monitor it. And that's like even with my son, he plays with his friends. I mean, one time his friend came and told me the reason why he stopped playing with my son is because my son kept on talking about him. And when he told me that, I got my son. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. And I told the boy, don't be friends with him anymore. I really did, you guys. I said, do not be friends with him anymore, because if he don't know how to act, he can't play with you without calling you names, then he does not deserve your friendship. And then I put my son on a punishment. He could go outside for a while. And plus, I took some things away from him and explained to him, don't do this because why are you bullying this dude anyway? I mean, what are you talking about? Okay, you can't talk about anybody. That's what I was telling him. Even if he could, don't do it. It's not cool. And so he stopped doing that, you guys. So you have to do that. Now I'm trying to teach him how to stop using my card and going over the price that I tell him to use. But since he likes to do that, he's already, getting stuff taken away for doing that yesterday because he went to the store and he overspent. He spent what we didn't tell him to spend. And so my husband was like, next week he can't get anything. Okay. So next week he can't get anything. We don't care. Not even from me. I don't care what he asks me, what messages he send me while I'm on live or whatever. The answer will be no, because you have to teach these kids don't do certain things. Okay. Point blank. You have to. Just like when it comes to bullying. I don't give a damn if they're just doing small bullying like he was doing. You need to curb that when it happens, once you find out, because that will, continue to go on, and then it will end up being outside. And let me tell you something. Everybody don't play that bullying stuff. You got people out here that will unalive you quick for messing with them. Okay? Period. He said those teachers and school personnel have to be more in tune with what's going on. The Casey Allison situation simmered for a while before it boiled over. Right. And that's another thing. These teachers don't do their jobs either, because the Casey and Allison situation was going on for a long time. It started at the prom after party when allegedly, they know that Casey and Allison said something inappropriate to Joe's brother girlfriend or ex-girlfriend or something like that. Okay. So then Joe's brother confronted Casey and Allison, and Casey and Allison probably got mad or whatever he did. I don't know. And an altercation began, and Joe himself came in and intervened, and that's how it all popped out. And then Allison said that Joe had a GUN. I don't know if that's for real, or if Joe just made a blank thread or whatever you call that and just was lying. I don't know. But anyway, Casey and Allison said he did have one, or either he threatened to use one. Okay, so that's the reason why I believe Casey and Allison asked his friend Biddle for a GUN. Casey Allison also said he wanted to put Joe in the hospital and things like that. But when kids be arguing and stuff, they say stuff like that. It doesn't mean that they are trying to unalive them. All right. So I just think things got out of hand. The teacher should have been notified. All these people who knew that this was happening, someone should have went and told the teachers, the principal, so they could have stopped this. And then guess what? Joe would be alive today. Okay. And then you got the instigators, these other kids who sat there. There was a girl in the restroom trying to break up. I think it was Joe and Casey and Allison's friend. And I think that was Joe's ex-girlfriend or something like that. She was trying to, or either an acquaintance of his. Okay. She was trying to break them up. But then some of the other kids stopped her. So in my opinion, all of those kids should have been charged. Okay. Because why are you instigating, a fight, and you're encouraging these kids to fight. And then once the other one decides to take out a weapon, then you want to scream, holler, and things like that. No, because y'all set up and y'all instigated the whole thing. You even stopped that girl from telling them not to fight. And then Casey Allison did not want to fight that day. He hesitated. Okay. He was trying to leave the restroom and Joe would not let him. So what happened, happened. But from the beginning, once they had the altercation outside of the after prom party, if someone would have reported that to the proper authorities, other than those people there, like go tell the school, then something else probably could have taken place. And tell the parents too, because even if they didn't get into a fight at the school, remember, they went on Snapchat group, right? And they started texting one another and they started making a plan to fight at a parking lot. So let me tell you something. If one of those kids would have called the police, and I hate to say this because I know y'all don't like snitching, but if one of those kids would have called the police and told them, took a screenshot of the texts in the Snapchat, they could have given that to the police. The police would have stopped it all. But y'all don't like to snitch. Y'all rather see somebody get unalive, just like Joe is unalive. If somebody would have snitched, or even took it to the principal, Joe would probably still be alive. And they probably both would be in trouble, but maybe they wouldn't have got into those altercations that led to Joe being unalive. Point blank. See, we have to show our kids how to, prevent certain things from happening. And you can still be, bad. You don't want nobody to think you're weak and, all that, but you can still be that way, but at the same time, you can be smart at the same time. You know when to act like that and you know when not to. If somebody pull a weapon on you, you don't have no choice and you have to defend yourself, self-defense, then that's when you need to be acting all tough. All right. You don't do this when people are not doing anything to you, or you don't do this to provoke others either. Because, I carry a GUN in knives. Okay, I'll keep it real with you guys. And I just said knives. I didn't say just one knife. I don't mess with anyone. All right, anyone. Okay, but if you come over there and put my life in jeopardy, then it may force me to defend myself. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm not going to mess with people. And if I get into a simple argument, no, I'm not going to pull out anything. But if I think my life is in jeopardy, I may just do that. You just never know. Just like you guys would do that. What you gonna do? Stand around, let somebody unalive you? Please, you can say that in the chat, but in the real world, you're not going to do that. I challenge any one of you guys to get off this live and go out here and start something with somebody, and they put your life in jeopardy. Let's see what you're gonna do. Matter of fact, you don't even have to start nothing with nobody. Just don't do something. Just do something they don't like. Like for example, yesterday or the day before yesterday, when I put up to the gas pump, the dude was telling me to go up further, but he didn't realize the pump was closed and he was tripping. And I started tripping back with him and pushed and told him to use the other pump. You can just simply be minding your business and people can do stuff. That could have escalated to more. Because what if he would have been jumping out his car because I'm a woman and doing the most, and then I'm in the car and I got my GUN and just out reached and got it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you stop things from happening. Him and I, neither one of us handled that correctly. Because even when he told me to move up, I can say it's closed, but then that should be the end of it. It's like he could tell me to go up, but he shouldn't keep on carrying on. And that's why we too have to learn to de-escalate stuff, because that simple shit right there could have, made something serious happen if either one of us would have taken it that way. So that's why you have to, learn how to de-escalate things before we get to that boiling point. Okay. So even to the point Joe had a GUN in the case and attempted to get one right, and which is ridiculous, when he asked Biddle for the GUN, in my opinion, Biddle should have went and told the principal and took the text messages. And I know Kaysen would have been mad at him, but I bet you he wish he would have did it, because he had to sit in jail for the little time he did. He's on house arrest or whatever the case is, and he had to go through that whole trial. And then some people did call him a murderer, not a whole lot like they did with Karmelo, and just the things he have lost, and plus this little kid got his life taken. So, Biddle should have, in my opinion, he should have told, just like all the other people, the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend, whatever she was, she should have told too. And if Casey Allison did something inappropriate to that girl and said something inappropriate to her, they should have reported that to the school principal, because it was still at a school function. Well, the after party actually wasn't, but I don't know. It could be considered. I don't know if it could or not. It just depends on who threw that. If it was a person after prom party, then no. But if it's like, something that the school did, then yeah. But even if it wasn't, they could have still went and told the school since it involved those kids who attend that school. I don't know because these people don't care. Okay. That's true. A lot of people are not parenting, and I'm not gonna lie, we let our kids get away with stuff. Hey, most hated, because I let mine get away with certain things, like my son, continuously overcharging things. Okay, until he did it one time too many yesterday. Instead of spending the $17 my husband told him to spend, he went over and went to 40. So then I told my husband we got to stop that, because what's going to happen, he's going to keep doing that until it goes into hundreds and then 200 and 300 and 400. He's just going to keep on doing it and think he can do it. Then he's going to go out there in the real world and do that. And he's going to get himself in trouble. All right. So that's why, I told my husband what I did. And I know when my husband say stuff, he means it and stuff. So I knew once I told him that he won't get any more extra money. And he may not get an allowance, because you cannot do that. You're getting $100 a week. Why do you feel like you need to be charging over and over? Even if you got $5 a week, whatever we tell you to use, that's what you need to use, because then you're not following directions. So yeah, as parents, we need to make sure, we can give our kids a little, leeway, but overall we need to be parents and stop trying to be their homeboy, homegirls. You know what I'm saying? And be a parent. Stop your kids from, messing with people. If a person tell your child to leave them alone, or they give up an attitude where they want you to leave them alone, teach your kids to leave them alone. Okay? Because you don't know what that other child may do or have. You don't need to be trying to prove any damn thing. You don't have authority to do this anyway. And even if you had authority, sometimes you have to call the other authority. Because why put yourself in a situation, especially at school or on a school property, where nothing there really belongs to you? Now, see, somebody else will be sitting underneath that tent, okay? And that boy, Austin, won't ever be sitting there again. He won't get a chance to graduate, go to college, get a job, or anything, get married, have kids, or anything. If they would have handled this correctly, Austin would be alive and Karmelo would not be in trouble. And we would not be having this discussion about these two, point blank. You guys got to take the racism out of it, period. I even had to, going back at people, because these are kids. They were kids. I don't give a damn if they were 18. They're still teens. All right, 18, you're legally grown though. Okay, you're considered an adult. But 17, you're not. All right, so they are still kids. And as parents, we need to teach these kids how to learn how to handle conflict, how to stay out of other people's business, how to learn when to leave people alone, how to not act like you have privilege or the authority to do certain things that you should not be engaged in, period. And they sure are. I used to teach, but I didn't quit because of that reason. I quit because, we had kids. It was cheaper for me to stay at home and keep them and open up a business for my home versus trying to teach and using more money. Plus, I had moved to a different location. Okay, it was just too far. So yeah, that's the reason why I had to leave and stuff. But I only taught little bitty kids, like kindergarten, first grade, things like that. Nothing like no 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and stuff. But I did have one thing happen. A kindergartner kicked me, and I just had to, we had to hold his legs. That's it. And reported it to, the person that was in charge, the principal and stuff. That's it. And of course, his parents and things like that. But he never did it again, so it's all cool. I know this is off subject a little, but kids these days lack basic social skills because most interactions are electronic. So they don't have the conflict resolution skills we had. True, Jermaine, you're right. But honestly, with all these different programs online, they do have programs that go over with kids and tell them how to use conflict resolutions. But I know most kids are not going to go watch that. So the thing is, it still goes back to the parents. You need to teach them that. But again, how can a parent teach this when they don't have it? When they do not have conflict resolution. I'll see you later, Brown Street. Thank you so much for coming by. So you said that means fighting and then becoming good friends after the fist fight, right? And that's not cool. Because if you guys can be friends after the fight, why couldn't you talk it out before the fight and either stay friends or decided that you guys are not going to be good friends and just leave each other alone. But the reason why they can't do it is because they see grown people doing the same thing, even some of their parents. Okay, you got domestic violence in the household, you got other type of violence, you got grown ass men up on YouTube and women saying they're going to beat people butts. They have kids, or kids are watching them. So it is what it is. Right. The thing about it, I don't even believe that they should be fighting. Okay, honestly, I just don't, Jermaine. Because even if you don't have a G, a K, or anything else, you can use your hands to unalive somebody. I have stories where, listen, I got one story where a child was beaten to, you know what? The kid told the child he was going to beat his butt, and that's exactly what he did. He beat that child to, you know what? And they weren't even like teenagers like that. I got the story on my phone. I may tell you guys about it tomorrow and stuff. I mean, later on tonight if I get a chance to. But that's what's happening. So we just need to teach our kids fighting is not the way to go unless you don't have no choice, period. Learn how to handle disagreements without actually coming to blows. Because people can unalive you with their hands if they wanted to. It's easy. You know what I'm saying? But if they just have a basic fight, it is what it is. Yeah, you're right. That's why I just said, if they have a basic fight, then it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? As long as nobody's trying to unalive each other, trying to stomp them in their daggone face, trying to punch them in their throat. I play around at times like that, but I'm not seriously going to punch nobody in their throat. But, punching them in their throat, kicking them until they just cannot breathe anymore and doing weird shit. They don't need to include that into fighting. That's why I say I think it should be avoided. But I know some people still going to fight. It's just that, like the old days, they didn't used to fight to unalive people. They just fight just to beat a person up. Yeah. So let's go ahead and see, read something's coming because y'all going on and on and on. Let's go ahead. Shit. It's almost 2 o'clock. Let me hurry up. I've been on here an hour and 27 minutes. I got to hurry up, y'all. So one person said it wasn't an incident. It was a shocking murder. Charles, okay, it was an incident, all right? An incident can be serious or non-serious. Look at the definition, Charles. So as a matter of fact, I'll look it up for you, okay? Actually, I already had it looked up, so let me get it. And y'all, don't forget to thumbs up this video, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell so you can be notified of any upcoming videos, share, and leave a comment, all right? And thank you. Oh my God, let's see here. Hurry up. This time goes by so quick, you guys. That's why I hate doing lives in the afternoon sometimes. So let's see. So as we know, the reason why I called it an incident, because the police will write an incident report. So do security guards or anybody that has that basic authority. Even if you don't have that authority, people write up incident reports because we tell what we saw and what happened. So that's why I call it an incident. All right. So let me see if we got the actual one that I asked them to look up. Let's see here. No, let me just look it up. Man. Oh yeah. Let me find the right definition. So an incident can be anything that's dangerous, exciting, different, just anything, you guys. Okay, it's just something happening. So that's why I said the incident, because something happened, a dangerous situation happened. I don't have to say a murder or attempted murder or self-defense or bullying. I called it what I wanted to. Point blank. So that person who said that, learn what incident means before you come for shades to. And that's on everything. Okay? And that's all I'm going to say to that person because, some comments ain't worth going into a long, answer. All right? The next person said, again, this is not an incident. It is called murder. It's not called murder until you go to the court of law and the jury and the judge and the prosecutors and the defense attorney. All of them show everything they got, and the jury make a decision if it is a murder or not. Right now, it's an incident, and it'll say that. Okay, point blank. Okay, so somebody else said he was somewhere he was supposed to not be. Replaced tent with a house or a car. Karmelo went to the tent. Imagine, this is a long ass novella right here, okay? Imagine someone going into your house or your car. You ask them to leave and they say, touch me and see what happens. Okay. First of all, you cannot compare a house or a car or a tent together. Honestly, you can't even, oh man, you just can't compare those, okay? Let's see what else. She said, it's your space and you have every right to ask Karmelo to leave. First of all, that space he was at is public property. Austin did not own it. Yes, it's school property, and yes, it's Austin's team, but he still can't make someone leave. All right, and it's not he did not own that tent or that public park or field. She said, you are trying pushing. I'm just going to read it like she got. You try pushing him out your house. LOL. Imagine a house instead of a tent. Fill in the dots. He stabs and unalives you. Murder. First of all, it's not the same situation. Okay? It's not the same situation, so you can't really make a comparison. All right? Somebody coming to your house, it's your house. You own your house. All right? Period. They shouldn't be there. Then you have every right to defend yourself to the best of your capability. All right, here you don't even have to ask them to leave, and they don't have to decline or anything, because if they're there and they're not supposed to be there, and you think they're getting ready to do harm, you can go ahead and defend yourself. On that public part, though, and he just underneath that tent, you can't take upon yourself to come over there and physically remove anybody. Okay, what Austin should have done is go and tell the coaches, because they are the one who had the authority to tell Karmelo Anthony to move. All right, point blank. He can be wherever he wants to be. This person said he's not supposed to be there. He is not supposed to have that knife. Listen, he can be anywhere he wants to be. Now, if it's the team's tent, yeah, they don't like you sitting underneath their tent. It's a certain way you are supposed to handle that, not the way Austin did. Point blank. Like I said, once again, Austin should have went to the coaches, period. You should never take it into your hands to remove anyone physically from any place, a public place at that, period, especially a kid. You should go tell the proper authority. Point blank. This is not a house. This is not a car. It's a public place. And he was just sitting underneath a tent while it was pouring down raining. So if you don't want him there, just go tell the coach and let the coaches deal with that situation. As far as the knife, again, like I said, if that blade is over 5.5 inches, okay, it is what it is. No one should have a knife, not just him. But if it's under 5.5 inches, he can carry it. He just don't need to have it on school property, and we already discussed that. Okay, so the school, will do what they need to do, for any weapons being carried on their property. As far as legal-wise, if it's not over 5.5 inches, he won't get any charges for the actual knife, carrying that knife on school property. Okay, if it's not 5.5 and over. Okay, and you said Karmelo had the option to retreat, which is vital for a self-defense claim, and he did not back down. How do you know? How do you know he did not back down? See, that's why he gave the warning. Okay, basically, leave me alone. And Austin did not heed to it. All right. See, you weren't there. You don't know exactly what happened, just like I don't. But just according to some of the things that not Austin, that Karmelo said when he said, touch me and find out, punch me and see. That right, those two things right there indicate that something was said or done. All right. So the person who was the aggressor, which is Austin, he should have retreated from even saying anything. And just say, because kids will be kids, like I have always said, he did say something. Once Karmelo did not agree to leave, Austin should have retreated right over there to that he should have retreated from talking to him anymore. And he should have took his ass right over there to those coaches and let those coaches know what happened. Because the thing is, even though I said Karmelo could have just went up and left, not left, but went over there and told the coaches, since Karmelo did not approach since Karmelo did not approach Austin first, Karmelo wasn't the aggressor, so he really don't have to do a damn thing, okay? Because Austin is the one who started messing with him first. He's the aggressor. He's the one who had a problem with Karmelo. Karmelo didn't have a problem with him. If he would have just left that boy alone and went to the proper people, he would still be alive today. Let them handle him. Because if they would have asked him to leave and he said no, they could have just called the police. Period. Okay? And this person said ego challenge. It was an ego challenge probably for both. They both, are boys. They both on football teams and things like that, And she said Karmelo escalated the situation by saying something. What is that word I'm looking for? Because she used the wrong word. Something that provoked, like touch me and see what happens. Listen, Karmelo said touch me and see what happens because of what Austin said to him. Okay? You say something like whatever Austin could have said, like, I'm going to make you move or I'm going to put you out here myself, then you're going to get a reaction, in the same tone. So Karmelo said, touch me and see what happens. Because he said that, I believe, because Austin said something to encourage Karmelo to say that. All right, point blank. I don't know why you guys don't face the facts. I told you that before. And what's common sense? So Lisa said he's guilty of murder. Lisa, how do you know? Were you there? Did he go to trial yet? You don't know, Lisa. All you're doing is guessing. All right. Like I said, I can't say too much of anything because I don't know for sure. I said I think it's self-defense. Okay. In my opinion, I'm gonna say I believe it's self-defense, but I don't know 100%. That's why I said let's wait. I changed it originally, so let's just wait to see the videos so we can know for sure. Because we really, honestly, guys, we cannot really tell 100% if we don't see no real facts, like the actual video to show us what happened. We can all sit here and guess and try to figure out, but we really don't know. But what we do know is that Austin didn't have to say anything to Karmelo. He did not own the tent. It's school property. And so what? Karmelo was where he wasn't supposed to be. I'm pretty sure most of you guys have been places you shouldn't be. Like when that store is getting ready to close and they telling you guys, get your ass about the store, you still be in there. At that particular time, you shouldn't be there. Okay? A lot of places we shouldn't be. But you're not, the people in the store are not going to get aggressive with you, come over there and push you out of the store. What they will do is tell you that at a certain time, that cash register is going to go off and you're not going to be able to purchase your stuff. Now, if you get bold and big and you walk out the store with the items, they may run behind you, but they do have the authority to do that. Austin didn't have no authority to do anything. He can run his mouth, but he should have ran it right over there to the coaches. That's what he should have done. So somebody said, and when he is found guilty by the courts, will you admit he committed a crime? When that happens, we'll go, we will go from there. When or if that happens. Hold on. I will go from there. Because for me to answer that question right now is stupid. Because the thing is I don't know, what those videos show. We don't know. So we cannot answer that question. It's stupid. These people are crazy as hell. Then somebody said, LOL, he is guilty of stabbing another human in the chest. He was seen doing it. He admitted doing it. Now, can he succeed in claiming it was self-defense? Whether it was or wasn't is the question, but he will always be guilty of the crime. Okay, so, yeah, he did say he stabbed the boy, but he said it was self-defense. Okay, point blank. So the thing is, until this is proven in the court of law that either it was self-defense or not, it is what it is right now. What can you say? Damn. If he's found guilty, then it is what it is. But if he's not found guilty, then, we will know 100% that it was self-defense, whether you guys like it or not. Period. Let's see what this guy said again. And why is this funny? You guys are laughing and a whole boy was unalive. Another boy's life is in jeopardy as well. Well, what's so funny about that? That's stupid. I told you guys be acting stupid. I don't see a damn thing funny about none of this. Goodness, I don't see anything funny about this. And if listen, you said whether it was or not, he will always be guilty of a crime. No, he won't. If it's self-defense, he's not guilty of any damn thing. That's what you say, J.M. Brick. 8058. That's what you say. Okay, but no, he's not. Like when I use self-defense and it was self-defense, I don't feel guilty about a damn thing because the person who put their hands on me should have kept their hands to their damn self. Point blank. All right. So I'm just gonna thumbs up this because I don't have time to answer all this shit. Okay, let's honestly. Gosh, that's stupid. Some of these daggone comments are just too. They are too dumb to even reply back to, for real. And then somebody said maybe some people should teach their children not to arm themselves and go looking for confrontations, and also not to stab people to because they don't want to be seen as being this. Are you a crazy lady? I don't even know if these kids still use this. All right. You mean they want they lit back? Okay. The thing is, I said maybe some parents should teach their young men not to bully or mess with others. If someone tells you to leave them alone, then abide by that. Point blank. No further comment to this stupid ass person right here. That's on everything. And then somebody else came back and said the bully narrative is being pushed by people who want to make excuse for the murder. Okay. Like you guys do when you guys made excuses for George Zimmerman to unalive Travion. Like you made excuses for the cop who unalived Sonia Blaine. Like you guys made excuses for the guy in the subway. Like you guys made excuses for the black guy who was drugged down the street by the tail end of the car, or the jogger who was jogging at that park in New York. Okay, so don't tell me nothing about no excuses when some of you guys do is use excuses to make whatever crime you did against a black person seems like it should be done. Okay, or don't do that because no one is making excuses. I'm just telling you basic facts. We don't have any evidence that says Austin did not physically assault this kid. Okay, we don't have that evidence. We don't have that proof for anything. We don't know what happened. Once he went over there, we just don't know. And just because some witnesses claim certain things, just like the other witnesses who claim he physically assaulted Karmelo, we don't know if all of this is true yet because we need to see the videos. And people do lie and make up stuff. And people are biased. Some people just tell what they want you to know. So the only way we're going to know these things is if and when we see video proof. All right, point blank. There's no other things, that you can really say other than having that proof. When you go into the court of law, they don't give two shits about what we think. I keep on telling you guys this. All they are going to be looking at is facts, proof. That's it, nothing more. This person said there is no credible evidence of bullying. Girl, or whatever you are. The facts, if he was sitting over there, we're not talking about bullying in school because we don't know if this kid ever did that. I never see anything that said it, he did. We're talking about the actual incident. If he was bullying there, just constantly messing with this kid, threatening this kid, going over there to assist him with leaving the tent and things like that. That is bullying, okay? Because Anthony wasn't doing anything to this kid, okay? Anthony was minding his business. He was on the cell phone. Austin chose to mess with him. And we don't know if anybody else got into this because guess what? They're not saying everything. And then she said he purposely went into a rival school territory. So what? That doesn't mean he went there to fight, okay? Or to do anything else. How are you guys going to sit up here and act like this dude is a damn thug, a gangbanger, or something like that? That's stupid. He went there because he wanted to. Some of his teammates or his school or somebody was there. Okay, maybe he went there to see them. Who knows? Maybe he stopped there because the hell he wanted to. He wanted to chill and be on his phone. All right, point blank. He didn't go there to get into no altercation with no damn Austin. Austin chose that. Period. And we do know that because Austin is the aggressor. And you said the key word. You said he stabbed the boy to death when the boy tried to remove him from under the tent. Okay, so what gave him the authority to try to remove him? Okay, And when you say try to remove him, are you talking about physically? Okay, so how did he try to remove him? So that's why y'all need to be quiet, because you're just telling on yourself right there. If he tried to remove him, he didn't do it with words. Okay, you can tell that he was aggressive because of Karmelo's words back to him. Touch me and see what happens. Punch me and see what happens. Come on now, y'all. Stop. Let's see. She said he fled and dished his weapon. He ran to the other side of the field. Okay, he just threw his weapon down because he probably was scared. When the police or the security people called up to him, school resource officer or whatever, he didn't lie. He told him, it's not allegedly, I stabbed him in self-defense. I used self-defense. She said, I hope Austin Metcalf's family gets justice. I'll pour myself a glass of nice bourbon to celebrate his conviction. Let's just pray we all be here to see it. Because the thing about it, nothing is promised. Okay, let's keep it on that. And secondly, the trial probably, I don't know, it may be a year or 2 years, it could be 6 months, I don't know. But the thing is, I don't know, like I said, since you think that Austin didn't do anything, let's just hope it proves that. Okay, the video. Because I'm hoping that what Anthony says is proven in those videos, point blank. And I don't drink alcohol or smoke weed or smoke, period. All right, so I won't be pouring anything. Even if Anthony is proven to have used self-defense, I'm still not going to pour anything or celebrate because another child's life was taken, period. That's how crazy you guys are. You see what I'm saying? See, I'm not saying that the boy should be unalive. I said the boy should have went and told. All right, just like I'm saying that Karmelo could also went and told. That's what I'm saying. So Autumn Springs said, I'm so sick of people blaming the victim. Karmelo Anthony shouldn't have been there and not stabbing someone to, you know what? Karmelo never should have been in that tent and should have left when he was told to leave. The thing about it, Karmelo can be anywhere he chooses to be because it was public property. Even though it's a school event, it's public property, even though that tent is for that team. People sit underneath other tents all the time, and then if they ask them to leave, some people do. Some people may have to be escorted off, okay? But we're talking about kids, okay, at a little school function. So all Austin had to do is take his ass right over there to the coach and report it, okay, point blank. No other, I don't need to say anything else, okay, period. Okay, let's see what else somebody's saying. So another person said the truth is there in, wait a minute, the truth is there is nothing that can justify Austin's, you know what. It doesn't matter what you think. It's about what the law says. And the law says, unless a person's life is at stake, there is no other excusable reason that justifies killing anybody. The thing is, clearly, it doesn't matter what you think either, all right? It matters what proof is shown in court, because who are you to say that Karmelo Anthony didn't fear for his life? Okay. See, the law does say that. Okay, what you just said in this comment. However, when we see those videos, according to their actions, it's going to tell the jury and the judge, as well as everybody else, if Karmelo had a reason to fear for his life. And if he did have a reason to fear for his life, then it will be justified. Okay, justifiable. Point blank. No matter what you guys think. And I said the same thing here. I said the same thing. I said that's correct. However, it doesn't matter what you think as well. If the video shows Austin engaging in any activity that caused Karmelo, not you, to believe his life was in jeopardy, then he had all the right to defend himself. The jury, judge will see what really happened. And I mean that on everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean that on everything. Okay? I don't know why these people are trying to convince me of something. Let's see. In Hunter's Fox News interview, he said the coaches said to not allow other people in the tent. He said the tent was set up for the girls. There's so much to unpack in just that one interview. We're going to watch that in a minute, okay? So the thing about it, if the coaches said this, that's why Austin and his brother should have went over there and told the coaches that this kid is in the tent where the girls are supposed to be, all right? And then the coaches would have came over there and they would have told Anthony he had to leave and just say he didn't want to leave. then they could have just called the police and had him removed off the property. But I believe he would have moved. I really do, because the boy is not a bad kid. He follows direction. He's just not going to listen to another child trying to use his color and his power to make him leave. Okay, and that's what he probably was thinking. Point blank. Let's keep it right there. What gave him the right and what gave him the privilege to think he can just remove this boy out of that tent? Please. Okay, somebody else said, in no state can you stab someone for pushing you. He's going to prison and he's got a green light on him. He's unalive. And I said, thing is, you and no one else knows what happened for sure after Austin ran or walked over to Karmelo. So let's wait to see. And then I said, every day, every minute, every second, DEATH is knocking on everyone's door. Don't wish DEATH on anyone. Not a good look. And what else I wanted to say is that you said he's going to prison. He's got a green light on him. He's unalive. Baby, you better hope that you don't have a green light on you. Okay, that's all I got to say. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, while you wishing stuff to happen to other people, just be very careful. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody can have a green light on them. And the sad thing about it, I'm not talking about a green light from other people. But don't forget, whether you believe in the Lord or not, yeah, he's watching and listening to everything he knows will happen. Point blank. Okay? Okay, so somebody said, Erder is Erder. One young man is unalive because the other one unalived him and should get the maximum punishment for Erder. I would like to know what she would be said if the person alive were a young woman. Lock him up for at least 30 years for this. I said the exact thing I am saying now. It's not based on gender or race. It's based on common sense and looking at things correctly. You guys don't have 1 ounce of proof of what happened after Austin got over there to Karmelo. You don't even know exactly what was being said other than Karmelo said, touch me and find out, punch me and see. You don't know. All right. Just like I don't know. So for you guys to sit up here and keep on calling this boy an Erder when you don't have all the facts, it just shows what you guys are about. I do not see the same energy with all these other 100 cases at all. When you know some people where they were guilty of Erder. Kyle Rittenhouse, he shouldn't have been there. All right? He shouldn't have been there. Shh. Somebody said Austin did not approach Karmelo. Charles, are you slow? I had to use all caps and say Austin did approach Karmelo, and clearly he threatened him in a second and left it at that because there was nothing else to say to this person. And then somebody said you do not knife someone. So I said it's self-defense, and you fear for your life, you do what's necessary. I said if it's self-defense and you fear for your life, you do what's necessary to protect yourself. And then Charles came back and said it isn't self-defense though. And I said, but were you there? Do you have any proof that it wasn't? Okay, point blank. Okay. Somebody said this is rage. I guess they meant race bait. Okay, so then I said race bait created by the media and racist clown ass people. And then Charles came back. They are lying about the size discrepancy. How is that true, Charles? First of all, the boys, the twins, they are bigger than Karmelo. But I am not even looking at that because they are all kids, dudes. Karmelo is way smaller. Okay, so how is that a lie? You guys are crazy as hell. The boys are bigger than him. Okay, period. I don't even need to even go into further, clarification from that because that's factual information that's in the, all over social media. Their sizes. So the Join said, say less, ma'am. The horror coming your mascot's way is enough as it is. Your mascot is cooked. So this is what I told him. I said, you say less. Mascot, LMBO. Okay, WADF. I'm not going to tell you guys what that meant because whenever I say something crazy, I like to do, initials, abbreviations, and things like that so it won't get taken off of YouTube. But I know what it means. It's something very derogative, okay? Period. And so he said, yes, mascot, again, mascot. Okay, let me just reply back to this idiot. Wait a minute, hold on. Yes. Wait, let me cancel this out and then do it again because I may have erased some of his name. I'm going to use abbreviations again because, YouTube will show certain things because y'all know how I can talk. Okay, so I had to put it like that because he won't know what I'm talking about, but I know, and he probably going to figure I'm saying something crazy, so it is what it is. But I'll say it to you right here. Bejoin, I guess that's how you say your name, Bejoin or whatever. You say mascot. Clearly, the other person. No. I don't even want to say that. What I will say this right here because they are kids. Clearly, your mascot is being racist. Okay. And the thing is, it's not a good look. All right. You don't have all of the information. You don't have all the facts. You weren't there. You didn't see any video evidence. So how can you be so certain of anything? All right. So like I said before, when everything is exposed, in the court of law with highly trained people like the prosecution, the defense attorneys, the judge, when they're all there looking at the information and they see video footage to determine what actually happened, that's the only time that I'm going to say someone is actually guilty of murder or not. Okay, period. Right now, I'm telling you based on what I think, just like you are. But I'm not, even if he was a murderer or if the tables were turned, I'm still not going to call them murderers. Okay, I'm going to wait until they go to court to see, because everyone is innocent until proven guilty by a court of law, not by the court of you guys. And that's on everything. Mascot or not. My mascot is not racism, I tell you that, or stupidity. Okay, so somebody said Billy the Kid was a teenager too. And yeah, I know what he's saying, but I'm like, that's true. And how does that relate to this case? I don't give a damn about Billy the Kid. Billy the Kid was doing a lot. Billy the Kid was basically what? A thug? You see how stupid people are? Karmelo is not a thug. That's why I said, how does this relate to this case? Okay, and Charles think everything is damn funny. Charles Bronson, if you're in the bushes, come out, babe. Come out the bushes and speak. Because the thing about it, this entire situation is not laughable. All right? It's not laughable. And if you were talking to me when I said, how does this relate to this case? Or even if you was talking to him, there's nothing funny about none of this. Okay? Nobody gives a shit about Billy the Kid. We're talking about two people now in 2025. I don't give a damn about no Billy the Kid. We know he was a kid, but he was doing the most. Karmelo did not do the most. In Austin, and neither. They weren't bad kids. It's just something that got out of control. Y'all crazy as hell, man. Nobody gives a shit about no Billy the Kid. Okay? No one. Because Billy the Kid don't got a damn thing to do with what's happening now. Dumb ass. Okay? That's on everything. Okay, now let me read the other one. That was it for that one, okay? Let's see what else real quick. I want to go ahead and put up this video because we've been on here already for almost 2 hours. So let me just see what these comments say real quick, and then we're going to move on to this video real quick. And then we're going to be out of here because y'all have somebody up here talking for damn ever. Okay? And that's on everything. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's see this. Somebody really say anything on this one right here other than aerospace engineer student laughing my ass off. Why is that laughable, Jordan? Huh? Or Jordy or whatever your damn name is. How is that laughable? Okay, that's crazy. I told you these people say stupid shit, and this is why some of these people be experiencing what they experience with their kids and family members because they just play stupid and they say stupid shit. Okay, it just doesn't even make any sense. Okay, let's go ahead and show this interview because we need to show that. Okay, let me go ahead and stop this right here because these people will go on and on and on trying to prove their case. But if this person was black who got unalive and the other person was white who did it, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Let's keep it real. Damn, I say let's not talk about racism, but you know that plays a big role in why people are doing and saying the most. All right, let's keep it real. If this boy was black, if Karmelo would have got unalive by Austin, you guys wouldn't be saying a damn thing. Okay, keep it real. You can tell clearly with the case of Kason, Allison, and Joe R. Come on now. Now let's go ahead and show this because I don't know what's wrong with y'all people. Ain't it ridiculous? Y'all making me mad up here with this foolishness. All right, let me do this. And I want to have a good day today, and I don't got time for that bullshit. So let's listen to this.
I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden,
he
stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around.
Let's stop this right here. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back.
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag.
What? Let's do
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag.
What is this boy
saying? He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag. And then
let's do this
he stepped up over there, asked him to move.
Wait, he stepped up over where? Is he talking about Austin stepped up over somewhere and asked him to move? And then who aggressively moved the bag? Austin? Okay, go ahead.
Aggressive, he grabbed the bag. And then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him run down the bleachers, grabbing his chest. He just blood rushing out. You know, he said, he got stabbed, he got stabbed. First, I froze for half a second. I didn't know what to do. And then I saw him about to fall. I went to go over there. I grabbed him. I see.
This guy.
Yeah. I understand. Best I can to understand.
What did he say? That right there.
Best I can to understand.
This guy.
Yeah. I understand. Best I can to understand.
You can see, you can picture what happened when, what was coming out of his chest, and y'all can visualize other stuff. I don't want to put down my mom right now, but I pushed my hand on there to try to make it stop, and I grabbed his head and I looked in his eyes. I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too. I'd like to say is it's forgave, not forgotten, but I'm not at that point yet to forgive that kid for what he did to my brother. Because 17 years, my best friend, just there in the blink of an eye, I lost him. So I'm not at that point to forgive and forget, but eventually I will. But I pray for his family. I pray that they understand what we're going through as well. I just pray for everybody.
Okay. The whole entire interview. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see. Is this the whole one right here? Yeah, let's look at this one.
And they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school. And we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me.
Let's rewind this right there. We just heard something. Listen, let's rewind this real quick.
Old coaches, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house.
Okay, so it's him, his brother, and a couple of kids walking back. Listen.
Of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more higher.
Okay, let's stop this right here. So if they put up a tent, came back. When they came back, they sat in the front. They saw a kid sitting in the back of them. Is that what he just said? He said the kid said something to him. All right, and the kid got aggressive, and so his brother stepped in. Okay, so if the kid started to get aggressive, okay, with you, so why didn't you guys get up and go and get the coach? Why would they even say something back to this kid if he said something aggressive? Yeah, he said he started getting aggressive, so my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. You don't need to say shit. He should have went over there and told the coach if this is true. Let's go ahead and go further. And then the other dude who said it wasn't raining, he just told you the bleachers were wet. Okay? That's why I had to block Red, because he's a troll.
Intensity, and the kid said some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff. Also try to handle the problem, and they had a lot of delays. And me and my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school, because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there, were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in.
This the first time. Okay. So tell me, why would Karmelo just say something to him aggressively? And the boy does not have no record of any type of behavior like that. He said they didn't know each other. So why would this kid just automatically just say something to him aggressive? I don't believe this kid, you guys. I really just don't. Also, why did he change the story? Also, why didn't any of the other witnesses say this? No other witness said this. They said that Austin started to mess with Karmelo. And see, this is what you guys are listening to. The ones who are jumping to all these crazy ass conclusions, to a bunch of lies. This little kid does not sound like he's telling the truth, period. It doesn't even make any sense. If you sat down, you and your brother, hold on, let me get my stuff, because y'all don't get ready at the same time. Hold on, y'all, just hold on. Because in real life, you can just sit up online all day and do videos, okay? So, if you are at a track meet, you put up a tent so y'all or the girls or whoever can sit underneath it to stay warm. You walk back and you see a kid sitting in that tent. You're sitting down. If a kid is sitting in a tent, they're supposed to be sitting there. Why would the kid say anything to you in the first place? If anything, they want to stay quiet because they don't want you to say anything to them, to tell them to move. Why would he say anything aggressive to you, Hunter? Also, Hunter, what did he say? Because you did not tell people what he said. What did he say, Hunter? What did Karmelo say to you? And then your brother had to get involved. Instead of your brother going over there to the coaches, he gets involved, and then it pops off. It doesn't even make any sense. And you said none of the witnesses says Karmelo said anything to him. Not one. Not one witness. So this boy is lying. He's not telling the truth. And you guys are sitting up here believing this shit because y'all want to be racist. Y'all want to say the black kid is a thug, that he went there purposely messing with this boy when he didn't even know these kids. And just say if he did tell him to move out, he couldn't see or whatever. That does not justify you saying a damn thing back to him. It should have made him go right over there to the coaches and told the coaches, the people who can really stop this from happening, who can really make that boy leave. But you guys didn't do that. That's crazy. Hold on, y'all. These clothes are ready. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all, because I'm doing stuff at the same time. But yeah, they did not do that, and they should have done that. Let's finish this to the rest of this real quick.
Started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back, and things started getting more like higher intensity, and the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem and they had a lot of delays. And me, my
Stop
brother.
this fight. If y'all don't see what's going on here, something's wrong with y'all asses. What you mean the kids start getting aggressive? All of y'all were probably getting aggressive. And the thing about it is that if Austin and this boy felt like Karmelo was getting aggressive, then one of them, you talking about your brother got your back, your brother should have got your back by going and getting the coach instead of you guys continuing to argue. Okay? That's how it should have been handled. Period. All y'all grown ass people sitting out here in social media land saying stupid shit based on this stupid shit that this boy is saying. Okay, none of this should have transpired. All right. Just say, I'm just saying if he did say something. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Not saying that he did. Okay, let me just clarify that. If Karmelo did say something aggressive and you guys were so innocent as you're trying to play, well, then you guys should have went to get the damn coaches and left Karmelo alone. Because how was he bothering you because he's talking aggressive? Now, you want me to believe that this boy who has no criminal background, don't be in and out of trouble, has a 3.7 grade point average or 3.5 or something like that, works 2 jobs, just saved the kid's life a couple years ago, a white kid, I believe, a boy who is the captain of the football team and the track team. You want me to believe that this kid said so many aggressive things and he just got up and started messing with y'all? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And if he did get aggressive, it's because you guys got aggressive too. In my opinion, all of y'all asses was too aggressive. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest. And y'all should have went and told the daggone coaches. I don't give a damn what none of y'all say. All of y'all asses should have went to tell the coach. And definitely these 2 boys should have, okay? Because you guys are the ones who had a problem with it more than anybody. This boy sits right here and say that Karmelo said something to him first. Why would Karmelo say anything to him first if he's somewhere he shouldn't be and he don't want any problem because he don't want y'all making him leave? It doesn't even make sense. If you are sitting underneath a tent of another team and you're there by yourself, basically, why in the hell would you be talking to the other team in a disrespectful way so they can beat your ass? Boy, tell this stupid shit to somebody who believes this, because I don't believe that. Period. That is crazy. Do you believe that, Jermaine? And then he said Austin tried to handle the problem. Austin should have tried to handle the problem by going to get the damn coach. That's how you handle the problem. What? Austin, the big man, he can handle everything. He takes up for you, Hunter. See what that leads to? Your brother should have went to tell the coach, and so should you have did. You should have did the same thing. You should have went to tell the coach, regardless of who said what. Y'all didn't want that boy there for whatever reason. You should have reported that to the coach. Point blank, it should have been reported. Gosh. And then why come he didn't tell us what was being said? I want to know what was being said. What did Karmelo say? And what did Austin say? And what did he say? I want to know what was said. And then why did y'all run to Fox News? Why didn't you run to one of the other news people? Why? And why did this boy's story change? Hey, Kim B, thank you for tuning in. Why did this boy's story change? We're going to listen to that too, because I'm tired of you guys running around here social media making up these fucking lies. It does not even make any sense. Now, let me see what else we got. Let's see what they're saying here. Now, let me tell y'all something straight up. I don't care what people say about either one. If they say some crazy shit, I'm going to call it out, okay? So let's look at this.
No wonder Hunter, Austin Metcalf's twin brother, kept blinking during the interview. His trembling lips revealed that Austin's death was not an accident. Austin, a 17-year-old high school student, was stabbed to death by another student named Anthony during a track and field competition. His twin brother, Hunter, said in an interview that he didn't see the weapon at all and claimed that the incident was senseless. During the narration, Hunter's eyes kept wandering and he kept blinking. Even his lips were trembling when he was speaking. Some people guessed that Hunter was hiding the truth and that he was somehow involved in his brother's death.
Listen, all this body language, if you're not a damn body language expert, I don't give two shits about what y'all talk about. Listen, his blinking and all this shit, it doesn't necessarily mean that he was lying or telling the truth. It just means he was just doing it, okay, period. The thing is, what I'm trying to figure out, honestly, is why these boys felt like they had to handle this on their own, period. If this boy said anything to them or Austin them said something to them first, why wasn't the coaches called? I keep on asking this question. If Austin and his brother had a problem with Karmelo being in that tent, underneath that tent, they should have went over there and told the coaches. Okay? Period. It's nothing else to add to that. And then you say he had to jump into it. That just right there, it shows that both of them were jumping into the daggone altercation. That's stupid. You can actually show this. Okay, you can show it. Oh, you already handled it. You should have left it there, okay? Okay, because some people can be ignorant, okay? So anyway. So let's see the other interviews he had. Jermaine, you have those? The other interviews where he changed the story. Let me see. Let me type it in there real quick. All I say, guys, just like I said, this shit is something that should have never happened because it could have been de-escalated, okay? Okay? I just saw what the actual area looks like, okay? And this whole entire thing could have been not even happening, all right? Period. All these people get up here with this race shit, being racial and shit is plainly ridiculous. This is exactly why things be happening to you, your family members, yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all think stupidly. Damn, this shouldn't even happen, you know? For real, it really shouldn't have. Damn, this was so juvenile, crazy. Damn, what you mean your brother got your back? Your brother should have went over there and got the damn coach, all right? Have your brother's back by going to get the proper person to stop this shit from going off. Now, I tell you what, everybody had their egos in place. Let's keep it real. They're kids. That's what they do. But you guys won't admit this. You'll just say, oh, Karmelo just had his ego, but Austin was calm. He just told you things were getting aggressive. What does aggressive mean? Come on now. Y'all are crazy. Okay, now let me see. Hunter changes his story. Let's see some proof of this. I need to see this because I got time. So let's see here. Let's see what she's saying first. Then we're going to go over here and listen because I want to see if he changed up his shit. And Jermaine, make sure you're listening very carefully too because you know I'm getting ready at the same time, okay? Because it's already 2:30. I only got another hour. So
the first time Hunter Metcalf told the story, he stated that Karmelo Anthony got aggressive after he was approached by Austin Metcalf, which is Hunter's brother, the one who lost his life, right? Again, Hunter said his brother approached Karmelo to tell Karmelo that he had to leave. Then Karmelo got aggressive, and we know what happened after that.
Mm-hmm. Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. he started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Ho. Let's rewind.
Karmelo to tell Karmelo that he had to leave. Then Karmelo got aggressive, and we know what happened after that.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
The second time he told the story, he said that Karmelo came and sat behind him and just started saying crazy, reckless things
again,
that prompted him to turn around and say, "Who are you?" To tell Karmelo that he had to leave. Then Karmelo got aggressive, and we know what happened after that.
Listen.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
Wait. I gotta do this again. Hold on.
Metcalf, which is Hunter's brother, the one who lost his life, right? Again, Hunter said his brother approached Karmelo to tell Karmelo that he had to leave. Then Karmelo got aggressive, and we know what happened after that.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
Wait a minute, hold on.
The second
Stop here. Who grabbed the backpack? What did he just say? Did he say Austin grabbed the backpack, or what did he just say? Let's listen to that again.
Reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Who? Wait a minute, hold on. Who grabbed his?
I tried to whip around.
Stop. Who grabbed his backpack? What did this kid just say, you guys? Jermaine, did you hear what he said? He said, did he say Austin grabbed the backpack, or he also grabbed the backpack? What did he just say? Y'all need to listen. Just listen.
We asked him to move.
Let me start it all the way back over.
Told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay, so let me tell you something. Okay, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. All right, so if somebody tell you to move in a public place, even if it is underneath their tent, but it's still public, what do you think? They're gonna be nice? Kids, you're talking about kids. So if Karmelo, and then I'm just going by what he's saying, okay? If Karmelo started getting aggressive, wouldn't common sense tell you to send your brother to go get the coach? Don't even tell him you're going to get him. Just go get him, okay? And stop arguing with this kid. But no, he just said that Austin grabbed the backpack. Hey, Shell. That's what he just said. And why would Austin be touching this boy's backpack? So when the other dude said that they took his backpack and threw it, he's not lying. Even when the black witness said that they took a cell phone, he is not lying, you guys. Just listen. Y'all crazy as hell, man. Y'all don't look at the truth. I see that right now. Y'all be lying to yourselves.
This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
The second time he told the story, he said that Karmelo came and sat behind him and just started saying crazy, reckless things that prompted him to turn around and say, "Who are you?" And that's when his brother got involved and asked him to leave. The key difference between the story that he told the first time and the second time is that the first time he admits that his brother was the one who made the initial contact with Karmelo.
He sure did.
The second time he told the story, he said Karmelo made the initial contact by way of yelling reckless and inappropriate things that caused them to become alarmed, and his brother had to intervene. I wonder why he would do that. Very convenient.
Really bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there. We're not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for, and I turned around and asked him who he was.
I still want to know what was so inappropriate. Who the hell is he? Like, you can't say something inappropriate to him. And what was uncalled for? And if he says something so inappropriate and uncalled for, why didn't he or his brother take both of their asses over there and report it to the coaches? I keep on saying the same thing.
He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem. And
Austin was always one to step up. He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is like because they have personal items there.
A lot of stuff gets stolen, just like that, just precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let, other schools, like mess with our stuff. Just sit around.
The first time Hunter Metcalf told the story, he stated that Karmelo Anthony got aggressive after he was approached by Austin Metcalf, which is Hunter's brother, the one who lost his life, right? Again, Hunter said his brother approached Karmelo to tell Karmelo that he had to leave. Then Karmelo got aggressive, and we know what happened after that.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was under our...
Went all the way back over. Let me stop it real quick, y'all. I have to step out for a minute. Let's see this part that I've been...
And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem.
Austin was always one to step up. He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is like because they have personal items there.
The thing about it, you're just automatically assuming this boy was in the tent to steal your shit because he's black. Okay, the boy was sitting there on his damn phone. Let's keep it real, lady. Let's not lie. Also, you're talking about your son doing the right thing. The right thing is to go over there and report it to the daggone coach, lady. That's the right thing to do. Not put matters and handle those matters, those matters yourself. You need to teach your kids not to do that. Your sons should have went over there and told the coach, and your son is telling different stories as well. All right, it's either this way or that way, not every way. Okay, point blank. Hold on, y'all. Let me let that finish.
A lot of stuff gets stolen, just like that, just precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let, other schools, like mess with our stuff. Just sit around.
The first time Hunter Metcalf told the story, he stated that Karmelo Anthony got aggressive after he was approached by Austin Metcalf, which is Hunter's brother, the one who lost his life, right? Again, Hunter said his brother approached Karmelo to tell Karmelo that he had to leave. Then Karmelo got aggressive, and we know what happened after that.
Your mom told me that you were there.
You know what, honestly, guys, this is plain and ridiculous. And see, this is what these racist ass people are looking at and just going off the deep end and they know that I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. You're supposed to tell the truth. You're supposed to look at stuff the way it should be looked at. When they sat down, regardless of who said what first, if they had a problem with this kid sitting in underneath that tent, they thought he was on steel because he's black. They should have ran their asses over there to the coach and reported him and let the coaches handle that, not them. Who gave his brother the authority to do any damn thing other than to go over there and tell? Point blank. Jermaine, no, Shell said exactly, Shay, they should have went to the coach. But then again, why two people think they can do, whatever, right? And then you said, Jermaine, so he's gonna what? Right in front of 30 people. He's gonna step in front of 30 people, right? That's crazy. It doesn't even make no damn sense, And I hope, again, I really do hope these videos show everything that I'm thinking it's going to show. That's why they reduced that bun all the way down. All right? Because this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. And mind you, I know something like this is going to happen again. Okay, I do. Because people, instead of people, if y'all can hear me. How many y'all? Instead of people looking at things the right way, all they look at is racism. That's it. You see, they were already being racist when they thought that the boy was coming over there to steal. The boy was on his phone, you guys, minding his business. If he did say something to them, it's because they said something to him. But let's just play the devil advocate and say he did say something, which no witness statements say that. All the witness statements say that Austin is the one who approached him. All right? Austin is the one who was the aggressor. All we need to be concerned about is if Karmelo used excessive defense. That's the only thing we need to be concerned with. And that's what I was trying to say. If Karmelo used, excessive force, that's what I meant to say. That's the only thing. And the videos in witnesses' statement, when they are telling the truth, because obviously they're going to question many witnesses and the people who say basically the same thing, and then they support this by the video. That's what they're going to be basing everything on. All right. So all this shit on YouTube, all these YouTube police, detectives, racist ass people, the shit y'all talking about does not matter in the court of law. What matters is what they see as proof, like I told you before. So let's see what else we need to look at. Let me see why didn't I want somebody to answer this question though. Why didn't these kids go get the coach or anybody else who witnessed this? So she said, why wasn't Hunter arrested? Let's see what this lady's talking about. Again, if she's talking stupid, okay, because I'm not on anybody's side like that. So if she's talking dumb, I'm going to say something. So I hope I don't make nobody mad. Just warning you guys. Jermaine already knows.
I'm going to support. This is Hunter. Did you want to talk to him?
Oh, no.
Okay, they said Hunter should be arrested because he's lying. Okay, let's see.
We just found a little altercation, and that's really it. But he has a good heart. Everyone knows. Everyone around here knows he's a great kid. He just one mistake from that dude, and just took my brother. Just he didn't deserve it. No one deserves a loss from a family like that. I know people that lose their family members all the time, but I just don't know it's gonna be mine so soon. I'm my best friend and my brother my whole life, but if y'all could just not y'all, sorry. Just thank y'all for just comforting us, and the Frisco area has been comforting my family and me, and I just really appreciate everything that everyone's done. It's a really hard loss, but we're gonna get through it with my family, so we'll just stay together. I mean, our relationship is really the tightest I've ever seen in somebody, between two human beings. I mean, we did everything together, clean the dishes together, do the artwork together, sports, You name anything in the world, it's always us two and one thing. So you're always just basically one person.
You guys just a few minutes apart?
4 minutes.
Austin was first by 4 minutes. He got stuck in me.
Technically, you're bigger brother.
Yes, ma'am. He does a lot of big brother stuff around. He's always on my back. Even if I'm in the wrong, he'll always take my side no matter what it is. So it's just really heartbreaking to see someone that cares for you that much and does everything even by your side no matter what, just pass away like that.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and then I'm not gonna talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like a man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid. I was strong, and I know I'm strong too, but he's a little stronger. But he did a lot for our family and a bunch of stuff that we just don't recognize. And it's just like, especially throughout our friends too, like everyone knew, like he was the peacemaker. That's what I'm saying. Like, heard someone who really makes peace, really calms peace down. He makes everything sail smoothly. Because I get upset, but then he calms me down. He was just always there for me. So it's just really heartbreaking to see like how this happened.
Oh my goodness. You guys are
17.
Have you been injured in a car
Stop
accident?
this real quick, you guys. So I'm not gonna play that whole interview, but the thing about is, so he's changing his story so many times. It's plainly ridiculous. All right, and like I said, it's a sad situation. I'm gonna still say that, I wish it wouldn't have been handled like that. But at the same time, parents, you got to teach your kids. Okay, he's his brother's keeper, and that's fine. He's his brother's keeper. That's fine. But the thing about it, in my opinion, he should have went and called the coach. Period. I don't even want to read this comment section over here because the thing is that it's just plainly ridiculous. The whole entire thing. Okay. Let me see what else he said on here.
Recently,
I didn't
wondering if you need a lawyer. If you've been hurt in a car accident and it wasn't your fault, hiring an attorney could significantly affect the outcome of your...
Bro, you the realest.
Come on, Boots.
I'm gonna support.
Okay, I want to rewind this up. So
overall to be around and level, his IQ of the game was probably the best I've seen in the Frisco area.
Yeah.
As a linebacker,
I don't want to hear about his personal stuff. I want to hear about what happened
with him and play with him. And I had a blast my whole life playing sports with him my whole life.
I want to see what he said about this altercation, guys. Hold on.
Around you, they're going to be around you no matter what.
I don't need to know about that. I need to know about
we were close,
No, I don't need to know about this.
One mistake from that dude and just keep my brother
Yeah, I need to know. I want to see what else he said about that. I don't want to hear that right there. And I don't know if he should be arrested or not. If he lied to people, if they need to bring it up the court, they will. Otherwise, I don't know about all that. He changed the story 3 times though. Somebody say he changed it up 2 times here. Okay, so again, I know the story has changed. Gosh. And they got all types of things on it. And they said Austin did not pass away in his brother's arms. I thought we read that his brother passed away at the hospital. Okay, let's see what they're saying here. Okay, I'll tell you what, we cannot play music, okay? I don't know why these people have to play music when they're making a point. So let's see what Austin's brother passed away at. Hunter's brother passed away at. I know it's in the police report because I already read it to you guys before. Let's look up the police. Let's see where it's. I hope they show it because I don't want to have to go through that thing. If you see it, Jermaine, send it to me. I'm trying to see where he. I want to see where it says it at. Let's see. I want to know what. I don't know where. Let's see. Do you have the actual thing, Jermaine? Let's see. I don't see anything on here. Let's see. This nigga right here, man. Okay, let's stop. I don't. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the actual police report. Do you have the part where they said where Austin passed on that? Because I thought I read on the police report, on the incident report, that Austin passed away at the hospital. What do you have that? Do you know where that part is at? If it's in the incident report, if they said that, because I don't read so many cases, I could be getting confused. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Not what his brother said. I want to read the actual report where Austin passed away at. You can't put the D word there. Let me see if I can pull up the police report. Hold on, let's see. Let's call it incident report. I don't want to read this whole report online. I read it to y'all the first time. I'm not going to read it again. I just want to see. This is a lie right here, so don't pay attention to that. He claimed he got the full affidavit. Let's see what he said first. Okay, let's see this. I hope he said
the full affidavit has been released detailing exactly what happened and what was said in this case. And if you're keeping up with it, you're going to want to hear this. Multiple witnesses reported that Austin Metcalf told the suspect Karmelo Anthony that he would need to move out from under his team's tent, considering Anthony is a student at Centennial High School, but he was sitting under Memorial High School's tent. And after telling him this, Anthony opened his bag, reached inside, and said, "Touch me and see what happens." Metcalf reportedly then touched Anthony, and Anthony then said, "Punch me and see what happens." Soon after, Metcalf grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, at which point Anthony pulled out the weapon and stabbed Metcalf once in the chest before running away. And after officers caught up with Anthony, he immediately told them, "I was protecting myself," and that Metcalf put his hands on him. And while the officer was walking him to his car, he said he had the alleged suspect, to which Anthony responded, "I'm not alleged, I did it." And while Anthony was in the cop's car, he asked if Metcalf was going to be okay, and then later asked if his actions.
Let's do the shit else that we had already know. He's not telling us what the actual affidavit said. Okay, we need to look at that because these people be speaking crazy on TikTok sometimes. I want to see the full thing. I guess I'm gonna have to go to damn Google. I didn't want to have to do it, so let's go to Google and pull it up because I did not want to have to read the entire thing. That's why I was asking Jermaine. Give me the thing. I don't be having time to be doing this. I got to hurry up. Let's see. I am not even damn typing. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Y'all see why I don't have a typing job now, right? And let's see if we can read that. Oh my gosh, let's see. Let's see if we can read it from here. So here we go. We can read it right here. Let's read this together. Okay. Okay, so we see everything here, right? I'm about to take a time. Y'all gave me a headache. Okay, so y'all can y'all read this? No, y'all can. I know I can see it pretty good. So, so excuse any bloopers because I know my English teachers out here tripping out and stuff. That's why I hate to read sometimes because he be tripping. But anyway, let me go ahead and see if I can read this correctly today. Okay. And let me hurry up. Okay, hold on. Let me first get some water. Oh my God. I did not want to have to go through this whole affidavit, but we will real quick. Okay. So it says on April the 2nd, and y'all know I can't increase it. Let's see. Can y'all see it? So y'all can read it with me. Can y'all see that? Is it getting bigger? Say yes in the chat, Jermaine. So it says on here, on April the 2nd, 2025 at 10:01 hours, I, Stanley School Resource Officer E. Cortez, heard over the radio dispatch call out a stabbing call at David Kyokindo Stadium. And then they give the address. Frisco Police Department call notes indicated that an athlete was stabbed. The suspect was reported as being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. I immediately left my office and ran across the Staley Middle School parking lot towards a southwest entrance into the stadium. As I entered the stadium, 2 high school age students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent. I did not identify these students. Next, I proceeded towards the north end of the stadium, the visitor side, on foot. As I got closer to the north end, I could see the Memorial High School tent with multiple individuals under the tent. Once I arrived on the north side bleachers, an adult male who was on the track pointed out the suspect. I was not able to identify that witness. The people that was pointed out to me was a black male wearing a gray hooded sweater and dark colored Nike pants or Nike pants. The suspect at this point was on the track on the north end. There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. Now, it should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident. You hear that incident when he made that comment. So when you people say it's not an incident, you're crazy. I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any on his persons. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he did comply, towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me. Okay? He then detained the suspect in handcuffs. He handcuffed him behind his back and had him sit down on the ground. Officer A. Ricci had arrived on scene at that time. I conducted another pat down of his persons and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responds and say, I'm not alleged. I did it. There's nothing wrong with him saying he should have been speaking, but he said that because why would he be lying? He thought he was using self-defense to defend himself. Next, Officer Ricci and I walked the suspect to the patrol car, blank, 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 blank. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. So that alone indicates that they were in an argument, a heated argument, and Karmelo was warning him over and over again, don't touch me, don't put your hands on me, period. He said, I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. I searched his persons once again. This is the third search, and I had him sit in the back seat area of the patrol vehicle on the driver's side. While the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. Okay, so how did that get there? So that means that they were fighting while he had that knife, clearly. Or when he cut him or stabbed him, he got blood on him from that. I verbally acknowledged that I saw the blood out loud so that it would be captured on my body-worn camera. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay, while he was in the back seat. I then identified the suspect. He provided his name and date of birth verbally as Karmelo Anthony, blank, blank, black male with a date of birth of blank, 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 which I ran through FPD dispatch. Oh my gosh. Okay. Karmelo was then checked. Hold on, y'all. I keep getting all these damn stories. Hold on, I got to say this. Hold on 1 minute. Wait, damn it. So hold on. I know y'all can read this, so y'all can be reading it to yourself. Okay, so what was that? Let's see. Hold on. Let me see. So I said that so I told y'all that, you know, they asked his name and all that. Then I said Officer Jay Hancock arrived on scene and remained with me and the suspect at this point. Karmelo was then checked VIAE school database for Frisco Independent School District students to also confirm his identity. The identifying information he provided matched the individual I had in custody, Karmelo Anthony. Next, I was advised by Sergeant Holland to transport the subject to the Frisco Police Department jail. Officer Hancock and I transported him to the FPD jail. Again, I did not question Karmelo about the incident. Upon arriving at the Frisco jail, Karmelo was escorted in the intake area. FPD jail staff changed him out into a jail attire. I remained with the jail staff the entire time that he was changed over. The clothes that Karmelo was wearing was placed in an FPD paper bag, evidence bag. The clothes remained in my possession from this point on. Upon Karmelo being placed into a jail cell, I continued to keep possession of his clothes. I returned to my patrol car along with Officer Hancock, which was in the FPD Sally Port, and placed Karmelo clothes in the back trunk area. I drove this car out of the Sally Port and parked the squad car in the FPD patrol parking area. Karmelo clothes remain in the trunk area of the vehicle, number blank, blank, blank. FPD crime scene technician Kay Diller then took possession of Karmelo's clothes. I added my body-worn camera to the case. I have no further information to report. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and bypass all these other officers because they weren't there. I want to go to where the witnesses were talking, okay? Let me read this first. So let's read from here. So on that same day, April 2nd, 2025, okay, we already know all this, okay? The police department was dispatched and all that other stuff, okay? Anyway, Frisco Police Department Emergency Communications was receiving an emergency call regarding an athlete that was stabbed. The originally unknown assailant was a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants and also had a goatee and short hair. The subject was possibly wearing Centennial High School sweatpants. Let me make sure I'm right way. No, he was wearing Centennial High School attire, as it was believed he was a student there for the sporting event. This had all taken place on the visitor side of the stadium, the north side, and the victim was under the Memorial High School tent in the bleachers. At around the same time, school resource officer Cortez arrived on scene and began assisting the victim, trainers, and other parties. Officer Cortez also advised on radio that he also had the suspect. So let's see here. So they just tell, let's see here. So they did say the suspect was crying. So Karmelo Anthony was crying hysterically. All right. So we know that. Let's see what else we going up here. So when officers walked up to the visitor bleachers and observed the victim being treated by Frisco Fire Department, the personnel, and also athletic trainers, the weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain at this time. Some of the FISD staff moved the memorial tent to cover the victim and the FFD personnel. Sergeant Otis began using his city issue phone to snap crime scene photos to preserve as much of the scene as possible due to the weather and the large gathering of people that were involved in the incident. Other officers began to set up a crime scene with tape moving non-essential personnel out of the immediate area. The officers on scene were informed that a knife was used and it was tossed. It was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleacher still. Officer Showles was able to locate the knife. It was located between row 9 and 10 near seat 30. So what he did, partially open. So when that boy stabbed Austin, he got so panicky and scared that he just threw the knife down. It was still open. He ran. Okay. The rain began to come down heavy again. Wait a minute, hold on, y'all. The rain began to come down again heavily, and it was determined that instead of moving the knife, the officers would cover it with a large blue tarp. So y'all had that wrong too. So they put the large blue tarp over the knife because it had started raining a whole lot. Okay. So they did not want to let all of the evidence get washed away or anything. So they put a large blue tarp over the knife. And that's why you see it over that knife, which was in rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle, partially open. Now, Sergeant Otis assisted in preserving the immediate crime scene as much as possible, while the other personnel tended to the victim and eventually transported him. So if the victim was not alive and his life went out while Hunter was holding him, why would they still be trying to, treat him and make sure, try to get him back to, try to get him back to breathing right and all this stuff. And so that tarp was used to preserve everything, like I said, okay? And the other personnel was still, tending to Austin, okay, at that time. And Karmelo was in the squad car in the back. He was arrested, okay? Then they said at around this time, Officer Wetzel had the crime scene log and began logging the individuals on the call to the best of his abilities. Lieutenants Crawford and Pemerton relieved Sergeant Otis of the scene. Sergeant Otis went back to the police department to download his body cam and the photos he took with his city issue phone. Sergeant Otis' city issue phone had a total of 33 photos that were used to document the incident scene. Now, during the download, the initial photos formatting was incompatible with the crime scene folder. So he had to re-download the photos that he took, and they were able to be saved properly for preservation of evidence. At this time, there is nothing further to add to this report. So let's see what else they got here. So we already basically read this. Okay, let's see. So then the other officer came, Wetzel. Okay, he said, when I arrived on scene, I grabbed a roll of crime scene tape from my trunk and proceeded to the visitors' bleachers where dispatch advised the victim was. While I was walking toward the visitors' bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as blank, 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 blank. He began telling me what happened, and I asked him where the stabbing happened. Blank, blank, blank advised it happened under the Memorial High School pop-up tent in the visitors' bleachers. I immediately informed Sergeant Otis where the witness stated the stabbing happened. Okay, and gave him the crime scene tape to start securing the crime scene. I then had the witness move to the walkway under the visitors' bleachers out of the rain to further speak with me. Now, he said the following is a summary of my contact with the witness. I advised he was sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team and was near the victim, Austin, and the suspect, who was later identified as Karmelo Anthony, blank, blank, blank. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag. So there we go right there. See, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Clearly, you're not reading. Okay, I'm so glad you told me to read this entire thing, Jermaine. Thank you. Because it says it right there. I didn't even know if he grabbed his bag myself. For sure, I say if he grabbed it. But he did grab his bag. No. They said Anthony grabbed his bag. Okay, we got it right there. Okay, so take that back. Okay, so they said right here that Anthony grabbed his bag. So, but Austin's brother said that Austin grabbed the bag. At least that's what it sounded like. So let's go ahead and read this. So Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what the witness recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. So let's stop here. Let's go back to this right here. So Austin told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag. Okay, so he just grabbed his bag. All right. Then he opened it and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. Okay, so then they said no one really thought Anthony really had any weapons. Let's stop here. So if you see a kid in your tent, right, and you go and tell them that he needed to move, if this kid grabs his bag and then opens it and reach inside and then tell Austin, touch me and see what happens, what you mean no one really thought Anthony really had weapons? Even if no one really thought this, wouldn't it be smart to immediately leave this boy Karmelo alone, and you take yourself along with your people and run over there and get the coaches? Now, wouldn't that make sense? Because you can't go on assumptions. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. Touch him how? Did he touch him, hit him, or he touched him and pushed him? Did he just lightly touch him? That's what we need to find out. How did he touch him? And then Anthony told Austin to punch him. So when he says this right here, this makes me think when Austin touched him, he didn't touch him in a nice way. He touched him in a way that made Anthony told him to punch him and see what happens. All right? Just like up here, when they were telling him to move from underneath the tent, we know he had to be very aggressive because there's no way Anthony would just grab his bag unless he felt a threat was coming. You got two dudes telling him that he needs to move. So, of course, he's going to grab his bag, okay? And then this right here, opening his bag and reaching inside, honestly, He was just trying to scare him and hoping that this dude would back off. But the dude did not back off. You know, many times people, like when people have GUNs, they'll say, "You ain't leaving alone. I got a GUN," but that doesn't mean you're really trying to use it. You're really hoping that this person heed to your warning and leave you alone. That's what it seems like to me that Anthony was doing. Okay. Now I don't know where his brother. I don't know if this person is telling the truth or what, because his brother Hunter. That's what I meant to say. Hunter said it sounds like Hunter said Austin touched the bag. I don't know if Hunter said Austin touched the bag or because the way he talked, he was saying Anthony grabbed his bag. I don't know for sure what he was saying right there. You guys say he said Austin. I don't know for sure. Okay. Anyway, this no one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag. It's crazy. And then Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. And then a short time later. So what happened in between this short time? These are the things we need to fill in. What happened in this short time that caused, Karmelo Anthony to go ahead and pull that knife out? So he said right here, Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. Yeah, and then he said, he didn't say immediately, he said a short time later. That could be like a minute later, 2 minutes later, 3 minutes later, or whatever, 20 seconds later. But what happened in between that time that caused everything else to happen? So then Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move. He grabbed him to tell him to move, to put him out. And then Anthony pulled out what the witness recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. So when Austin grabbed this boy, which he should have never done, he should have never grabbed him. When this boy and him got into this argument right here, and he said, Anthony got his bag or whatever and said, touch me, see what happens. That's when Austin and his brother should have left that boy alone and went to call the coach. Okay. Instead, Austin went on and touched Anthony. He should have never did that. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. So I'm thinking that when he grabbed him, he must have hemmed him up. He could have did that. He could have hemmed him up. So that in return is provoking people. Okay. So he hemmed him up. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him. I guess he was threatening him, telling him he was going to punch him. And then he said, see what happens. So then I don't know what happened after that, because they're not saying what happened in between that space. Because a short time later is when Austin grabbed Anthony again, because here Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. Okay, so he touched him right here. Okay, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. And then I don't know, they may have been still hemming him up. They arguing back and forth. And then a short time later, probably some couple seconds later or whatever, Austin grabbed Anthony fully to tell him to move. No, to make him move, not to tell him. To tell him to move is verbally. Okay, verbal talking. But to physically, that's what he did. He physically told him, tried to move him. Okay, point blank. So Austin grabbed Anthony to make him move. And Anthony pulled out what this witness we call as a black knife. So then Anthony went in his bag, okay, which was either by him or in his hand, I don't know. And he got out his knife and then he stabbed Austin in his chest one time and then he ran away. Then Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. The witness advised he did not know Anthony's name, but stated another Memorial Track member, blank, was friends with Anthony. So his friend was there and he could identify Anthony. Okay, so that person described Anthony as a black male, skinny. So that tells you right there he was skinny, with possible a goatee, short puffy hair, and wearing a Centennial High School clothing. All right. So let's go on down a little bit more. Let's see what else they're saying now here. We don't need to know what happened there. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So they had to go into the locker room to get out of the rain. Okay. Let's see. So they saw Hunter there, right? And that's where they learned that Hunter was the brother of the victim. I attempted to ask them both what had happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but blank under a Memorial High School tent when another male who he did not know, walked over and sat under the tent. Austin and the male went, wait a minute, hold on. So hold on. Let's go back over here. So they went to the locker room just to get out of the rain. Once in the locker room, things calmed down. but people were still, hysterical. They could not really talk. That's when this person, who is this officer? That's when this officer, Officer Alvin, learned that Hunter was the brother of the victim. He said, I attempted to ask them both what had happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but somebody else under a Memorial High School tent. When another male who he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. Then Austin, the victim, told the male that since he did not go to the school, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth, and then Austin stood up. These are different stories, okay? Everybody got different stories, okay? So they went back and forth, okay? So wait a minute, hold on. So Karmelo walked over and sat under the tent, I guess that's what they said. And then Austin told Karmelo that since he did not go to Memorial High School, he had to leave the tent. Then Austin and the male, Karmelo, start arguing back and forth. Then Austin, who is the aggressor, stood up and he pushed the male to get him out of the tent. That witness said during this time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag he had. It was at this time the male took out a knife and stabbed Austin, and then he left the scene. Okay? And he said that's what he remembered. So we already confirmed that Austin was the aggressor. Okay, he stood up or whatever he did. He walked over there. I don't know, because two people said different things, if I recall this correctly. They were arguing back and forth, so both of them were getting aggressive. We see that, okay? But Austin stood up and pushed Karmelo to get him out of the tent. That is a no-no. That is a no-no. Go out there and push a stranger like that and see what happens. Okay? Austin, now some people will fight you back, but some people will go and get their GUNs. Okay, let's keep it real. Austin and the male went back and forth, and then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of this tent. Now, when they was arguing is when the male was reaching around in his bag he had. It was at this time he took out the knife and stabbed Austin when Austin pushed him. Okay, and then he ran from the scene and threw the knife down. Okay, so that's what that one witness said right there. Okay, let's see what else they're saying. So here, they said the medical personnel were actively engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. Blank. I observed that a crime scene was created around the area. It began collecting the names and contact information of the bystanders within the scene. And then he's just telling us what he did. Okay, let's see. So he was still breathing, I guess. And they was trying to, because if he wasn't still breathing, they wouldn't be doing life-saving tactics. Okay, so what his brother said that he saw the spirit come from his body. That's not true, because he was still alive. He was probably barely hanging on then, but he was still alive. That's why they were performing life-saving measurements with Mr. Metcalf. That's what that says right there. You can almost see their names. So let's see. I'm just reading now because I'm not going to read all this. I'm trying to see what else they say. Okay, hold on. Trying to see what else they got. So wait a minute, hold on. This student claimed he saw everything too. Hold on, let me see. Wait a minute, hold on. A Memorial coach approached this officer, Officer Cortez, I believe, and informed him that he was with a student who claimed to see the entire altercation. I told the coach to stick with the student and that we would need to get him to the police station to give a statement. The student quickly informed me that he knew where the suspect threw the knife and pointed me to his location. I located the knife with Sergeant Otis and could see blood on the knife. I quickly used my city issue phone to take pictures before the rain could wash away the blood. So that's when they put the tarp over it, okay? And it was windy and rainy hard. Okay. So they reached down and grabbed a backpack left in the stands to weigh the tarp down and threw it up by where Sergeant Otis was positioning the tarp. That backpack was Karmelo's backpack. He left it there. It was later discovered that that backpack I threw up on top of the tarp was a suspect backpack. Okay, so I already figured that out. So let's see. Okay, let's see what else they got. Okay, let's see this right here. Okay, so hold on. So here we go. Right, he passed on after the paramedics was trying to save his life. I guess. Hold on, let me see what they're saying here. Let's see. Let's read this first. I responded to Texas Health Plano to assist with this case. I was tasked with meeting the EMS at the hospital. I arrived prior to the EMS and waited for them to arrive. They arrived at 10:46 hours with the victim, Austin M., who was brought into the trauma bay for treatment. So he was still alive, y'all. At 10:53 hours, Dr. Charo pronounced Austin deceased. So I don't know what Hunter was talking about when he said he was holding him and he saw his soul leaving his body. He couldn't have, because he was still alive. He probably was just barely hanging on. That's why when the EMS got there, they were performing life-saving measurements, because why would they be performing that if he was already gone? I mean, you know, sometimes they do it a little bit, but you wouldn't be doing all that. They would have just immediately put the thing over him. He was pronounced unalive at the hospital. They stopped treatment and disconnect the cords and tubes from the machines without removing anything from the body itself. While on scene, I took possession of clothes worn by Austin and maintained possession of the items until CSI Dillard took them from me. So he passed on at the hospital. Okay, they got there at 10:46 hours with the victim. He was brought into the trauma area for treatment. 7 minutes later, 10:53, he was pronounced unalive. They could not save him. So his brother did not tell the truth right there either. His soul did not pass away while his brother was holding him. Okay, he was just probably passing out and barely hanging on. But he said that to get extra, make it, you know, even more, you know, like they didn't do anything, and that this boy just, you know, stabbed him and unalived his brother. He should have just told us the straight up truth. Just tell the straight up truth. I don't understand why he said all that. The boy passed on at the hospital at 10. What time did I say? 10:53. 10:46. He was still alive. Probably barely hanging on, but he was still alive. All right. He was still alive, guys. It's 3:30. Let me hurry up. And when Officer Landon requested assistance in lifting the sheets off the body to take photos. Once they took photos of Austin's body, they placed the sheets back on him. Okay? They had to remove Austin's shorts and everything, and they bagged everything. And everything stayed in his custody, like the clothes, until CSI took them. And then at 1:24 hours, the family was allowed into the scene to view the body. Okay. So at 1:37, nurses from the hospital bagged Austin in a body bag. At 3:15, the transport service for the medical examiner arrived and took possession of the body and tag. Blank, blank, blank was placed on the bag and secured. And that's what happened, you guys. So let's see what other people have said. I don't see any other witness statements on here, as I can see. Let's see. Let's see. So one of the coaches, Centennial High School coach, heard suspects confess to stabbing victim, which, I mean, that's no secret. One from Heritage High School also heard suspect confess. He didn't try to pretend like he did because he believes it's self-defense. Why would he lie? Lakeisha Collin, Independence High School coach, she witnessed the incident. And then Mindy Yeatman, if they witnessed this incident, why didn't they stop it before it happened? They must have just witnessed the part where he got stabbed. Because if they witnessed the incident, why didn't they not stop it? Let's see what else. That's it. That's it. That is it, you guys. That's the whole incident report. So I think I read 2 or 3 witness reports. And every witness report that I read, it said that Austin was the aggressor. He touched this boy. Now, what we need to figure out is if Austin touched Karmelo in a way that warranted him to stab him. And we won't know this by just looking at this stuff right here. We won't know this unless we see a video. All right, point blank. And since they confiscated or told everyone, you better not show no videos or leak it, or else you probably won't see it. Hold on for 1 minute, y'all. My dryer stopped. Yeah. If y'all can hear me, we probably won't see. What time is it? We probably will not see no videos. Oh shit! Until the actual the actual case, which is understandable. All right, but I wish somebody would have leaked that video because I'm curious to see everything that happened because I know the whole story has not been told. I just don't believe it. Okay, and I cannot honestly sit here and call anybody a murderer or anything else until I see all of the evidence. For real. I just can't do that. Because who are we to say what type of fear this young boy right here experienced? We cannot determine that. But the court of law can when they see the videos. And so that's what we need to wait for versus sitting around here calling this boy a murderer. He didn't commit self-defense. He didn't use self-defense and blase. You weren't there. It's like I wasn't. So you can't really say. But I know a lot of y'all stuff is based on racism. And that's just on everything. All right. And that's anybody. Because the thing is, if you were looking at the actual facts, you would basically be saying this entire situation wasn't handled correctly. Both of these boys should have got up and went to the coach. Period. Austin, when he said the first thing, or his brother, whoever talked to him first, after Karmelo said what he said, they should have went to the coach. If Austin immediately approached him, he shouldn't have did that. He shouldn't have just said shit to this boy. He should have just went immediately and told the coach. Point blank. There's nothing else needed to be said. And then just say if he didn't want to go to the coach, then I still say, if Karmelo had the opportunity to, he should have went and got, act like he leaving and just walked over there and asked the damn coach. Period. What is wrong with these people when y'all feel like y'all don't supposed to ask the person that's in authority, the teachers? And these are the questions you guys should be saying versus talking about these 2 kids, whether it's Austin or the other one, Karmelo. Okay, this is what you guys should be saying. They did not do the proper things. They let their egos both, and they did whatever they thought they should do. If they would have went and told the coach is this stuff right here would have happened. And I'm just trying to figure out how the other 2 coaches were witness to the entire thing, or if they were only a witness to part of it. Because if they seen the entire thing, why didn't any one of them stop it before it got to this? And no one is asking these questions. It's crazy. So if you want to see this incident arrest report, just go type it into Google and sit down and read the whole entire thing for yourself. I did increase it so you guys can see it, okay? I definitely did. Let's see. He just started working at that other job in April. He had just got that job. Okay. He had 2 jobs. So his charge is first-degree felony. All right. $17. He weighed 100. And what is this dude talking about? When he said that we were wrong, we said 140. That boy weighs 130 pounds, you guys. And what is this dude talking about in my comment section when he said the weight was a lie? Well, you know what? Austin weighed around 200 or 190 or whatever the case is, along with his brother. You can look at them and tell they are pretty big. All right. So I don't know where this dude came up with this stuff he was saying in my comment section. You guys need to stop saying anything. It's not a good look. Oh. Okay, hold on, y'all. I had to get something. Hold on for 1 second. So, right, like I said, it's not a good look. I had to get some paper towels. So let's see what else we see on here that I didn't know anything about. So we know he weighed 130 pounds. That's what they got there. Okay, that's it. So I just went over the whole entire police arrest report. Okay, I don't know what else to say to you guys. Okay, let me take this off here real quick. That was a good share right there. What else? I want to see something else I had to look up. You said somebody's hiding some important information that favors Karmelo. Right. I believe it's a lot of, and welcome to the chat. I believe it's a lot of stuff that's not involved, that's not stated. Let me let y'all hear this man's video again, okay? And this other, one is a white witness, the other one is a black one. And yes, I do have to tell you the race, okay? Because, some people are saying that Austin should have done this. Some white people, just like some black people say, Karmelo should have done it. I say neither one of them should have done a damn thing. That's what I say. All right, I'm going to be perfectly honest. And I know some people don't like that, but I just don't think it should have been done, period, okay? Period. That's what I say, all right? Shit, if you want to know the truth. That's what Shades Tube say. It should have never been even came to this. Crazy. What the hell? Hold on, let me put this in here again, y'all. Hold on. What the hell I just put up there? I'm rushing now, y'all. I got to hurry up because I got to get out of here. Let's see here. What did I just say I was going to look up? I done forgot already. When I start rushing, y'all be forgetting what I'm getting ready to do. Jermaine, what did I just say I was going to look up? Something about, the man. Okay, let's go into, what's his name? Mark. Is his name Mark? And I type. Y'all made me get a damn headache. I had to take a Tylenol. All right. This is him right here. I'm going to get me a little treat while y'all watch this, okay? While y'all watch this. Not wash, but while y'all watch this, okay? And I'm going to put it on my other stuff because I already seen it. Y'all watch this. And I hope this man, I don't want to show because I don't need all this crazy acting and shit. Doing crazy stuff while the story is playing. Damn. Let's see if this is the fool. I hope so. Let me see if I can get a better one. Who is this right here? I don't know who this is. Wait a minute. Let me first see this one first. Then we will go to the other one. Okay, let's look at this one first. Now, y'all need to get those pictures in.
Like we know it's raining, thunderstorming, and all that type of stuff, right? Okay, it's like we won't underlay that, right? You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, let's make that perfectly clear right there.
It was raining.
Everybody go back Wednesday and Thursday. It was both days.
To get up on, you want him to get
pouring down rain at first.
All of the kids ran to the tent because it was raining.
It could have been, I don't know. Shit.
Wow. This wasn't the only child. He wasn't the only child from another school that was under this tent. Okay.
He was trying to make that's bullying.
Okay, so that just lets you know that's just it.
From the church
so,
side. That's bullying.
But at the end of the day, I always tell people, I tell people this, that's as much as I can go into details of it, because of course there are so many different minors that are involved in the situation.
Video camera.
They got many things, but of course for the safety of these kids, because it's like everybody want the answers and different things of that nature. And I tell people all the time, if I haven't been able to verify, talk to, or look, you know what I mean, I would not be on this case. But I cannot, even though as an advocacy, I can't litigate this case in the court of public opinion, right? But the reality is I just point out a nugget.
I know you.
What do you think? If I sit here and me and him say, don't go out there, man. Don't go. What you got, man? That's cruel. It's raining. It's literally a cloud that look like there's a tornado possibility. First off, you think about it and say, well, why didn't Frisco ISD postpone or cancel the track meet? What track meet go in the rain? Okay. What track meet when it go raining on the thing? What can be done? What long jump? Karmelo was on a long jump. What could he do?
And what make the guy feel like he have authority? That's what getting in some people's mind. What make him think he have authority?
Well, the reality is
you need to get up on the tent. I'm the chief something. I'm the gangster or something. You sound like a gangster. Yeah. That sound like a gangster. If I come and tell you get up on a tent that don't belong to me, I'm putting myself in the gangster shoe.
Bishop, white privilege is real. Like, we know it was raining, thunderstorming, and all that type of stuff, right?
That's bullying.
Okay, it's like we won't underlay that, right? You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, let's make that perfectly clear right there.
It was raining.
Everybody go back Wednesday and Thursday. It was both days.
You want him to get from under.
All of the kids ran to the tent because it was raining.
Wow.
This wasn't the only child. He wasn't the only child from another school that was under this tent. Okay.
He was trying to make that's bullying.
Okay, so that just lets you know that's just it.
From the church side. That's bullying.
But at the end of the day, I always tell people, I tell people this. But
y'all, wait, hold on, let me stop this. I know it's played the second time. So if there was other kids, and me and Jermaine was talking about this, can y'all hear me good? If there was other kids, can you hear me good? Okay, if there was other kids underneath this tent and it was raining, why did they just single out Karmelo? Okay? Why? Why did they just single out Karmelo? Why do you think they singled out Karmelo? People in the chat. There was other kids underneath that tent. He said all the kids ran to the tent when it started raining. All of the kids. So where was Karmelo Anthony before that? Nobody even asked that question either. Where was Karmelo Anthony before that? Did he walk or run into the tent then too, or was he already sitting in the tent? Okay. They from different schools and stuff. All right. But still, why did they just single out this one boy though? This is a strange ass case. Honestly, do we have proof that they did not know each other or come in contact with each other ever or anything? Because why did they single out this one kid? Now, I remember Hunter saying that he never seen him, but this is Hunter who also changed the story at least 2 times that I heard, or 3. So also Hunter said something else. I can't remember what it was. I don't know for sure if he said that or not, though, because it sounds like it, but he may just talk like that. Some people, the way they talk, you think they saying one thing and they actually is saying something different. So I don't know for sure. But I'm just trying to figure out why was, Karmelo singled out for being under the tent when there were other people under the tent too. And one would say the other kids came from a different school, but y'all claim that if you don't go to that school, you can't sit underneath that tent. So if you can't sit underneath that tent, it doesn't matter what school you go to. If you don't go to that school the tent belongs to, you shouldn't be under the tent. So therefore, if other kids was under the tent from different schools, why did they single out Karmelo? Period. Now, we already heard him. I can finish playing because I didn't hear all of it. Let's go ahead and finish playing.
So many different minors that are involved in the situation.
Video camera.
They got many things, but of course, for the safety of these kids.
Okay.
Because it's like everybody want the answers and different things of that nature. And I tell people all the time, if I haven't been able to verify, talk to, or look, you know what I mean, I would not be on this case. But I cannot, even though as an advocacy, I can't litigate this case in the court of public opinion, right? But the reality is I just point out a nugget.
I know you.
What do you think? If I sit here and me and him say, don't go out there, man. Don't go. What you got, man? That's cruel. It's raining. It's literally a cloud that look like there's a tornado possibility. First off, you think about it and say, well, why didn't Frisco ISD postpone or cancel the track meet? What track meet you know go in the rain? Okay. What track meet you know when it go raining on the thing? What can be done? What long jump? Karmelo was on a long jump. What could he do?
And what make the guy feel like he have authority? That's what
I was talking about.
What make him think he have authority?
Well, the reality is
you need to get up on the tent. I'm the chief something. I'm the gangster or something. You sound like a gangster.
Yeah.
That sound like a gangster. If I come and tell you get up on a tent that don't belong to me, I'm putting myself in the gangster shoe.
Bishop, white privilege is real. Like, we know it was raining, thunderstorming, and all that type of stuff, right? Okay, it's like we won't underlay that, right? You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, let's make that perfectly clear right there.
It was raining.
Everybody go back Wednesday.
Okay, we're gonna stop there because the plan. I was in the bathroom. So he's right. What gave this boy, like I said, and like I keep on saying, what gave him the authority to do anything? Why did he think he had the right to be doing anything? And people keep on saying, he's underneath the wrong tent. So what? Okay, go tell the damn coach or the coaches. That's what their jobs are. For you to go over there, tell them stuff when it's a problem. Besides coaching the teams, they also, make sure everything is right there. It's crazy. Okay, let's see what else we got. Okay, so hold on. There was another one I was going to show you guys. It's when the dude was talking. Let's see this one. I hope this dude is not talking through this damn thing. Maybe I should show it right here. Let me show this one. Goodness.
Mr. Anthony, the question I have is, you mentioned earlier that the brother said that they had taken his backpack. Is that accurate? So if that was the case, how was he able to get the poker out of the backpack?
They threw it. They took it.
So they took the poker.
He went back to retrieve it. And they're coming and they're walking toward him. And he says, I'm going to punch you in the face inward. And so here comes all this weight at him. So allegedly, I think this will come out. Allegedly, a hand is thrown, and Karmelo is trying to block it. Before this is said, though, he says, I'm going to punch you in the face. He goes, touch me again and see what happens. Well, he tried to touch him. Karmelo tried to block it. And then a little pokey happened. I shouldn't say a little.
So they grabbed the bag. They threw the bag. Karmelo went to retrieve the bag. Mm-hmm. And that's how he was able to get his hand on the poker.
Right. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier to the young lady when I said, if I took her purse and tossed it and she's going to get her stuff and she had a pew-pew in there and, defended herself against me.
Sure,
I was just trying to put that together in a different way. And
you're saying that a racial slur was said to Karmelo.
Oh, yeah.
So where did you hear this information from, Mr. Anthony?
Oh, that I heard in the bond hearing when they were trying to And he came out, and it was admitted. Yeah, that was all.
So has that been reported in the press?
Oh, the race car, this and that. It was.
My question, Mr. Anthony,
those were the words.
All that you're saying now, there were other people at the bond here, and I'm assuming there were press people there, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't. They didn't.
Yeah,
Really
but there were some press people there, correct?
Well, I can speak to that because I did watch a report. I think it was on ABC 7, where they had a round table with two reporters and an anchor person, and it kind of went through what was going on in the bottom. So there is some press there.
So my question is, this is the first time that I'm hearing anything about what occurred in the bond hearing, and my assumption is if there were press people there, they would have put this information out.
But you know what? They're not. And they've already, it's like the first time this all went out, it was, they're trying, the press don't want to admit that they're wrong. Fox News wanted to make Karmelo out to be a thug. And now that this is coming back around, because the brother had such a lame statement, didn't want to say that, oh, we took his bag, oh, we shoved him. That wasn't said. They're making him out to be a thug. Yeah. And so now that we know these things, it's kind of, you don't hear Fox going, hey,
not
we
the
didn't
only
have
media
all the
outlet.
information.
Donali just said ABC had people there. That's not Fox.
Right. But see, nobody wants to come back around and go, oh, you know what? This kid now with an aerospace engineering degree had 400 pounds coming out. We don't want to say we were sorry or wrong. I've never heard a newscast say, oh, we made the wrong call, we're sorry. They have to stick with that. I mean, there was this little lady in the picture that I texted that to you, right?
Which one?
Denali, didn't I text you that? With there's a little lady in that thing, and she was on Fox News or whatever newscast. She kept saying, and in the videos that I sent you, she kept saying, why did he come armed? Why did he come armed? I mean,
that is a big thing about.
It's not illegal to have that. She kept saying that. Well, it's not illegal. It's just, I mean, I played sports. I played hockey. Cut athletic tape.
I personally think that the KNIF is not going to come into play, only because I was looking at the case in Allison case, and they didn't charge him for bringing a KNIF.
What do you say about this?
Property. They only charge him with the charge of murder.
That's exactly. And me and my girlfriend were talking about that today. How many people, you've been kicked out of school for having one, you've been suspended for having one, but you don't get criminal charges for having one. And they don't understand. Some people, I love Illinois. I was born just south of that.
He was so right when he said that, because before, when I first watched this originally, I had not looked up the laws. He's right. Okay. That's why they don't get criminally charged, because the blade is not over the certain inches in order to have a criminal charge. But the school can still, charge them with something, because they violated the school rules. Okay. Because usually they get expelled or they get sent to a alternative school. Okay. So he was right when he said that. In the bond hearing, we looked up the bond hearing from a lawyer who told us exactly what went on. So once again, at the bond hearing, they do go over some information about the case, like the stuff he's just saying. They don't go over the entire case, but they go over some information so that the judge would know about it, and everybody there would know about it, so they can determine if they need to reduce his bond or keep it the same and things like that. So I believe this dude. Now the part about the bag, where they threw the bag. Now I remember the other guy saying that they threw the bag or the cell phone. I can't remember. We're gonna go back and look at him too. They said that, so somebody threw something, and I honestly believe that it was thrown, because when the police put in the police report, they said they found a bag over there not too far from the knife, I believe. Okay, because remember, they placed a tarp over the knife, so the bag was thrown somewhere close to that, if I'm not mistaken. And they took that bag and put it on the tarp because at that time they did not know it was the suspect's bag. So they might have thrown his bag, and he might have went over there to retrieve it, and that's why everything was in a different area. Now we know he threw the knife down on the bleachers. The bleachers when he ran. Okay, so let's finish listening to him.
That Missouri and St. Louis, but I can't put Missouri law into Texas. It doesn't fit.
Right.
Square hole in a round peg. It's different down here. The stand your ground is different than the castle law. They're both laws down here, but Karmelo didn't have to leave. No coaches is coming up and saying, oh, Karmelo was causing problems. No one is saying in the whole thing that he was causing problems, but yet they made him out to be a thug in the beginning.
Right. Let me stop it right there. Sorry about this, y'all, but y'all know I have to do this. Right. And that's nothing. He wasn't doing anything. And while all these damn internet gangsters and shit are running up talking about Karmelo as a thug, when they probably more thuggish than Karmelo could ever be, and he did this, he did that. One thing you keep on forgetting, internet lawyers and police officers and everything else that you guys are, Karmelo wasn't messing with this kid. They messed with him first. Karmelo was minding his business. If you guys didn't want him there, you guys should have went to the coach and told them point blank. Then they had to use about the property is underneath the tent, so people steal. Well, if they thought that, they should have went over there and got the coach. That's what they should have done, not taking stuff into their own hands. Period.
He's talking on the phone to a girl.
He said he was
talking to a good-looking cat. He's got a good family up and saying, oh, Karmelo was causing problems. No one is saying in the whole thing that he was causing problems, but yet they made him out to be a thug in the beginning. He's talking on the phone to a girl. And so, he's a good-looking cat. He's got a good family behind him. He's going places, but that's neither here nor there. But nobody wants to go back on it and really start talking the truth, because unfortunately, what BLEEDS reads, if it was, this poor kid getting picked on, by I can't say all that, but it's just a boring story. We got to hype this up, Let's make him a thug.
EK, anything else, EK?
Yeah. The only other question I've had, there have been rumors, and are you aware of not if there is a videotape of the whole incident?
So, I couldn't put that in any comment. I've tried to so many times, but they don't let you put so many words and letters. The judge has put out like this all out. If anybody has video and you decide to put that on social media, it could foul up any jury if there's a jury. And I forget if she called it tampering with witnesses. She put something out there. They were both.
Anthony, the question I have is, you mentioned earlier that the brother said that they had taken his backpack. Is that accurate? So if that was the case, how was he able to get the poker out of the backpack?
They threw it. They took it.
So they took the poker.
And he went back.
Hold on. So he did say that he took the damn backpack, that his brother took the backpack. So why in the police report, so them kids are lying? Because of the brother, Austin, they just confirmed it. This guy just confirmed it. If the brother said that Austin, they took the backpack, okay, then that means that those witnesses are not telling the truth. So they took the backpack. And then y'all wonder why this boy got aggressive. Let that play again.
Back to retrieve it.
His backpack. Is that accurate?
Wait.
Anthony. The question I have is, you mentioned earlier that the brother said that they had taken his backpack.
He said
is that accurate? So
accurate.
If that was the case, how was he able to get the poker out of the backpack?
They threw it. They took it.
So they took the poker.
And he went back to retrieve it. And they're coming and they're walking toward him. And he says, I'm going to punch you in the face inward.
See, hold on.
And so here.
Stop. So, you know what? I definitely believe this man. He, out of all the sense out of everything that's been said, he is saying the most, he is saying stuff that makes sense. They took that damn backpack, they threw it. He said he was going to punch him, and that's when Karmelo said, punch me and find out. Let's play that part again. This is fucking ridiculous, y'all.
So
they took the poker.
He went back to retrieve it. He went back to retrieve it, and they're coming and they're walking toward him. And he says, I'm going to punch you in the face inward. And so here comes all this weight at him.
Let's do this right here.
Back to retrieve it.
Wait,
he went back to retrieve it.
I'm sorry, y'all.
And they're coming and they're walking.
Listen,
they threw it. They took it.
So they took the poker.
And he went back to retrieve it. He went back to retrieve it, and they're coming and they're walking toward him. And he says, I'm going to punch you in the face inward. And so here comes all this weight at him. So allegedly, I think this will come out. Allegedly, a hand is thrown, and Karmelo is trying to block it. Before this is said, though, he says, I'm going to punch you in the face. He goes, touch me again and see what happens. Well, he tried to touch him. Karmelo tried to block it. And then a little pokey happened. I shouldn't say a little.
So they grabbed the bag. They threw the bag. Karmelo went to retrieve the bag. And that's how he was able to get his hand on the poker.
Right. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier to the young lady when I said, if I took her purse and tossed it and she's going to get her stuff and she had a pew-pew in there and, defended herself against me.
So
I was just trying to put that together in a different way. And you're saying that a racial
slur was said to Karmelo.
Oh, yeah.
So where did you hear this information from, Mr. Anthony?
Oh, that I heard in the bond hearing when they were trying to, and he came out and it was admitted. That was all.
So has that been reported in the press?
The race car, this and that. It was.
Well, my question, Mr. Anthony,
those were the words.
All that you're saying now, there were other people at the bond hearing. I'm assuming there were press people there, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't. They didn't.
Yeah, but there were some press people there, correct?
Well, I can speak to that because I did watch a report. I think it was on ABC 7, where they had a round table with two reporters and two reporters and an anchor person, and they kind of went through what was going on in the bottom. So there is some press there.
So my question is, this is the first time that I'm hearing anything about what occurred in the bond hearing, and my assumption is if there were press people there, they would have put this information out.
But you know what? They're not. And it's like the first time this all went out, it was, they're trying to, the press don't want to admit that they're wrong. Fox News wanted to make Karmelo out to be a thug. And now that this is coming back around, because the brother had such a lame statement, didn't want to say that, we took his bag, we shoved him. That wasn't said. They're making him out to be a thug. Yeah. And so now that we know these things, it's kind of, you don't hear Fox going, hey, we didn't have all the information.
Donali just said ABC had people there. That's not Fox.
Right. But see, nobody wants to come back around and go, you know what? This kid now with an aerospace engineering degree had 400 pounds coming out. We don't want to say we were sorry or wrong. I've never heard a newscast say, we made the wrong call, we're sorry. They have to stick with that. I mean, there was this little lady in the picture that I texted that to you, right?
Which one?
Denali, didn't I text you that? There's a little lady in that thing, and she was on Fox News or whatever newscast. She kept saying, and in the videos that I sent you, she kept saying, "Why did he come armed? Why did he come armed?" I mean,
that is a big thing about.
It's not illegal to have that. She kept saying that. Well, it's not illegal. It's just. I mean, I played sports. I played hockey. Cut athletic tape.
I personally think that the K&I is not going to come into play, only because I was looking at the case in Allison case, and they didn't charge him for bringing a KNIF on school property. They only charge him with the charge of murder. With a
That's exactly. And me and my girlfriend were talking about that today. You know, how many people, well, you've been kicked out of school for having one, you've been suspended for having one, but you don't get criminal charges for having one. And they don't understand. Some people, you know, I love Illinois. I was born just south of that in Missouri and St. Louis, but I can't put Missouri law into Texas. It doesn't fit. It's a square hole in a round peg, you know? It's different down here. I mean, the stand your ground is different than the castle law. I mean, they're both laws down here, but Karmelo didn't have to leave. I mean, there are no coaches is coming up and saying, oh, you know, Karmelo was causing problems. No one is saying in the whole thing that he was causing problems, but yet they made him out to be a thug in the beginning. I mean, yeah, he's talking on the phone to a girl. And so, I mean, he's a good-looking cat. He's got a good family behind him. He's going places, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, nobody wants to go back on that and really start talking the truth because, unfortunately, what BLEEDS reads. You know, if it was, oh, you know, this poor kid getting picked on, you know, by well, I can't say all that, but it's just a boring story. We got to hype this up. You know, let's make him a thug.
EK, anything else, EK?
Yeah. The only other question I've had, there have been rumors, and are you aware of not if there is a videotape of the whole incident?
So yeah, I couldn't put that in any comment. I've tried to so many times, but they don't let you put so many words and letters. The judge has put out like this all out. If anybody has video and you decide to put that on social media, well, one, it could foul up any jury if there's a jury. And I forget if she called it tampering with witnesses. She put something out there. They were both.
Anthony, the question I have is, you mentioned earlier that the brother said that they had taken his backpack.
Okay, so we're gonna stop right here. Starting back over. Okay, so what do you guys think now? Okay, this dude is telling the truth, you guys. I mean, I done sit here and listen to this interview so many times, and today I really listened to it. Okay, they touched the backpack. The brother himself said it. Okay, Hunter said Austin grabbed the bag. Okay, so when they grabbed the bag, they didn't just stop at grabbing that bag. Something else transpired. All right, this boy did not just stab this other dude because he was simply just pushing him. Okay, other things transpired. They also, I believe they called him an in and punched him. You know, I believe all that. I really do. This man does not have any reason to lie. And they certainly go over all this stuff in a bond hearing. It's a damn shame. No, he said exactly what happened. He said exactly. The dude didn't just talk. They physically put their hands on Karmelo and everything, point blank. Now let me go to this other video to show you this other. Then we're gonna look at their sizes. We already know these boys are way bigger, but I just want to show you, if I can, if somebody got a video up that says that. Let me get the black dude who was telling what happened. Let me take this out. Let's get him. Let's see if I can put him up. We done watched him so many times. Let's watch him now.
So, dude walks up a McKellen Road. He wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent. You talking about the twins? They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone, just trying to get dry. Karmelo was on his phone. Went from another. They grabbed this man.
Boy, all hell finna break loose. So I'm about to break it down for y'all with the Karmelo Anthony case. But I want to show love to True Crime Bella for posting this. So if y'all want to watch the whole video, y'all can go watch it on her page because the witness just came out this morning. So come to find out, they weren't even at school. For the one that's saying,
I don't want to hear him because we listened to him yesterday.
They was weird.
He was speaking some good stuff, but I don't want to hear him again. I wanted to hear the whole tape. Let's go back to this dude talking. I'm trying to find the whole thing. Yesterday, I had a hard time finding it too. Let me see if I can find him. Oh my God. What is this guy's video happening? Oh, let's see. Where's this guy's little video at? This is the same dude. Yeah, that's the same dude right there. Let me do it again. No, take Mark Anthony off. I had Mark Anthony name still up there. Let me take this one. Let's take all of this off. I forgot to erase all that. Damn. How much stuff do I have up here? Let's do this. Okay. Who witnessed? Let's see if we can put it up here now. Let's see if we can pull up his entire video. Because I don't want to hear that dude's commentary. I just don't. Let's see. I'm trying to hear the video, and that's it. This is the same dude. I want to hear him talking. Damn. I want to hear the guy's actual video. Now I can't even find it. Let's see. Okay, let's go now. I want to find the other interview. Now, I don't know if this other black guy is telling the truth. I don't know if he is or if he isn't. He talking about this dude is a thug. He don't have no type of thug activity. That's stupid. Is that dude from what's that looks like his ass? Let's see. I don't see this man's video up here when I was just looking at it yesterday. Let me see what a black dude who witnessed. Let me put Saw. Let me put Saw. Maybe it'll come up this time. Let's just see, y'all, if it'll come up. I still don't see this dude. You know where it's at, Jermaine? Don't see it. I mean, I did find it, but that guy is talking and we can't hear the whole video. Okay, so I can't find that one, but he was basically saying that almost telling the same story. I mean, he had a couple of things that was different. You know, I thought I heard him say a cell phone, I'm not sure. But overall, I know the black dude said he was there at the tent with his two daughters, and they were doing whatever they was doing, playing or whatever. And he said he saw the Austin boys, he called them a different last name, but he said he saw those boys start messing with Karmelo. He said Karmelo was sitting there minding his business. He was on his phone or something, and those two boys came up, and he said they did hit him and punched him and things like that. That's what he basically said. The same, almost not exactly the same sequence or anything that this other dude say, but he basically was saying similar things. All right. So that's crazy. And then it's also crazy how the two witnesses that I read their report from that arrest report, how they did not include the parts about the bag being taken. Now, Hunter himself said that his brother took the bag. And why those witnesses didn't include that, I don't know. Maybe they forgot. Okay. And then if the bag was actually thrown, who would forget that? But that would explain why that bag was in that location. That would also explain why he said punch me and hit me and all this stuff, because they was already hitting him and proceeding to fight him when he said all of that. I definitely believe the second guy, though, that I just showed you. I believe him 100%. All right. So let's see the size. So we do know that Karmelo is 6.
Yo, what up, though, man? It's your boy, Mr. Speak the Truth, coming back as all that real masculinity, looking rugged and rough like real men do out here. Yo.
But think about it, we don't want to hear this foolish ass Negro. Okay, the thing is that this dude is 6 feet. He does not weigh 175 pounds. So when people don't say the right information, it's no point of listening to him. Karmelo Anthony only weighs between the police report says 130. I said 140. Okay, so the police report would be more true because they took his ID. So Karmelo Anthony weighs 130 pounds. These two other boys weigh probably around 180, 190, 200, maybe a little bit more. Two of these boys coming up to him. Okay, put all that shit aside though. Because the thing is, they all are dudes. Put all that aside and just think about this. The fact that Austin should have never said anything to this boy. And even if he did, him or Hunter, once this boy did not want to leave, they should have just went over there to the coach. You know the reason why they didn't? Because they wanted an altercation to happen. Let's keep it real. Okay? They wanted an altercation to happen. They thought they were going to beat the shit out this boy, put him out the thing, and that was going to be the end of it. And hopefully they did not call him the N-word, because now you talk about something different. But I tell you what, if they did call him the N-word or anything like this happened, it's all going to show in those videos. And you know what? They probably heard some of these videos or saw it at this bond hearing. And that's another reason that bond was lowered down. Yeah, they probably heard it. The only reason, I don't know why she didn't lower it all the way down. I guess she didn't lower it all the way down because she's probably thinking like I'm thinking, that the whole thing could have been avoided if any one of them would have ran to the coach, and told the coaches. All right, point blank, Let's see what else they got here. And this video right here is not Karmelo, okay? Just so y'all can know that. This right here is not Karmelo Anthony. Hands up! I'll turn that shit down. This is not Karmelo Anthony. It does not even look like him. This look here right here is darker and everything. Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all sitting around here spreading information, and it's not that boy. Period. It does not even look like him from the side profile. This boy is darker and everything. Y'all crazy. That does not look like the same boy right here. Okay, anything else, man? Did I miss anything? Right, that's what I said. The law, that's why I said it doesn't matter, double-edged logic. That's why I said it doesn't matter about the size, because they all men, boys anyway. Okay, it doesn't matter. Little boys be strong just like the big ones. What matters is the fact that Austin should have never came up there and did anything. He can talk, but he should never physically put his hands on him or threaten. And I believe that Austin should have went and told the coaches, just like I believe that Karmelo should have got his ass up and went to the coach and told too. I mean, for real, unless he couldn't get to the coach, unless they came over there and just started immediately, doing the most to him, then he wouldn't have the opportunity to get to the coach, But I think that Austin them was looking for a fight. I really do. I don't think they did this the way they're trying to say. That's why, honestly, I don't want to say that's why that boy was shaking and stuff and doing the most, but honestly, that's probably the reason why he was, doing all that. And then also his story changed, at least 2 or even 3 times. When you know the truth, you may have a little bit of changes, but you're not going to have like a whole bunch of changes. You know what I'm saying? Especially in a situation like this. It's plainly ridiculous. And I'm not going to play any racial shit. Okay, that's just on everything. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not playing any racial stuff. I'm sorry. I'm just not. Or anybody who's just talking, just trying to get views. Because I'm not a big YouTuber, you guys. Okay, I don't get that many views. I'm doing this because I want to. I don't get paid for this or anything. I'm doing this because I want to, because I cover breaking news and talk about it, point blank. All right. And I am a parent, and I really strive to my kids. Don't be messing with people. Don't be telling people what to do. Mind your own damn business. If you ask somebody though to do something and they don't want to do it, you go and tell the proper authority. Do not take laws into your hand, because people these days will unalive you over the simplest things. And y'all sit up here condoning all of this foolishness when you should be saying, just like me and the other girl was saying, or man, they should have went and told the coaches. I'm sorry. They should have went to tell the coaches. The only way that I would say Karmelo shouldn't have went and told the coach is if they stopped him, point blank. And like I said, I hope the videos show that it was true self-defense, point blank. Okay, period. Now, I don't want to hear none of this weird shit, okay, at all. I think I showed, did I show everything, Jermaine? Anything else that I missed? Anything else? I'm trying to think. Did I miss anything else, Jermaine? Because I think I covered everything about this case. Let me stop sharing because I told y'all, I showed y'all the way. I could show y'all Austin's size. Let me show y'all real quick. Just so we can just look at how big the boy is. It don't really matter because they all are boys. Is this him right? This is Hunter right here. And I don't know why people said this boy is 300 pounds. I don't think he's 300. He looks like he's about 180, 190, maybe 200. I don't know for sure. Around that size. He's not a little kid, you know. And I don't know if he's 6'5" either. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But I do know how tall this boy is right here. He's 6 feet. And he weighs about 130, 140 pounds. The report says 130. So I'm going to go with that. And this is another thing right here. I'm not getting ready to listen to this foolishness. All right. But anyway, now here he's not 5'9". The thing says 6'1". All right. In the police report thing that we just saw, he was up to 72. Right. So that's 6'1". Right. So these kids right here, they're 6'1", basically around the same height, but they are bigger. So like I said, they look like they could weigh around between 190, 180, maybe 200. They say here 225. I don't know for sure. But still, they're bigger. But again, these are all dudes. Okay, they're not a girl and some dudes. Okay, so for me, that's kind of irrelevant. What I'm looking at is the fact that it's two of them going on him, and I'm also looking at the fact that if that's what happened, I'm looking at the fact that Austin is the one who was the aggressor. Okay, and them, going over there threatening, possibly, pushing, punching, throwing bags and all this stuff. That's what I'm looking at. Period. Nothing more. So that's a picture of all of them right there. Period. But he's not 5'9". He's 6 feet. They's 6'1". He's 130 pounds, 225, somewhere around that. And he probably was scared. And not because of their size. He probably was scared. If they called him the N-word, he was probably scared that these white boys was going to unalive him because he's black. Let's keep it real. If they called him an Nigger, he probably was scared. He probably thought that they would do the same thing that you have seen some racist people do to black people over and over and over again. Okay? Point blank. And I hope they did say the N-word because then you're looking at a whole racial type thing. You really are. Now, let's stop sharing. I think I showed everything. I don't know where the hell Jermaine is at. Okay, but anyway, I think I showed everything. And Jermaine, I hope I didn't forget anything because then you'll come when this live is over and then you'll come and tell me that I forgot something. And I do know, even with this man right here saying this, I do know he's 6 feet because I think in that police report that I pulled up, it says 6 feet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have that pulled up anymore. But I think they said 6 feet on that police report. That's what I think. Okay, that's what I think. So we stopped sharing, you guys. Okay, that's it. I think I covered everything. Yeah, I think it was an N-word. Okay, and you are definitely right here. That's why I said what I said. They can't go off a side. Self-defense is basically, you fear for your life because you think these people are going to F you completely up and you're not going to be alive anymore or just seriously injured or whatever the case is. Like when I had to defend myself many times, those things were self-defense because I actually, was fearing my life and the things that was happening was that, But again, I went over everything. I went over the messages. I showed y'all that audio. I couldn't find the other dudes, but I told you what it said. I showed you even their audios when they were saying, speaking their side. I showed you Hunter's audio. I showed you where he spoke different things. I showed you that too. I even answered the questions in the comment section. So again, I even screamed a little bit and everything else. Again, I don't know why you people are going around social media talking nonsense when you should be looking at actual facts, okay? And what's right. What's right is that Austin should have never got up and approached this kid, period. All right? He can say whatever he wants to, but when he asked that dude or said to that dude, you're not supposed to be over here. This is not your school's tent. Get up and get your ass up out of here. I'm not saying I'm just saying it. Him and his brother should have went right over there and told the coaches, all right? Okay, so say they didn't tell the coaches and they kept on going. So Karmelo, if they didn't come over there and start hitting him, then he could have got up and went over there and act like he was leaving and just went over there to the coaches and asked them. And then there you go. If he could, because I don't know if he could leave like that. But I do know that Austin them could have went over there and told, point blank. You have to learn how to diffuse situations by doing what you need to do to diffuse it, not escalate it by trying to, act like you tough guy and all this shit. Okay? You have to do that. Otherwise, you're going to have many more cases like this where kids get unalive. And I tell you what, all the racists on here, all the other people on here talking about justice for Austin and all this other shit, that shit don't matter because this boy is still unalive. You can't bring him back by saying justice. All right? Period. Okay, but what you could do is tell the truth and say that these kids should have done the things that they should have done, to deter this situation, and none of this shit would have happened. That's what y'all need to be saying, period. So when you come over here on my channel and you come to my comment section, make sure you can speak your opinions. Okay, I don't give a damn. But the thing about it, make sure you stay respectful, because otherwise your ass will be blocked and banned. I'm not putting up with that foolishness. All right, I'm just not. In order to make violence decrease in this world, we have to learn how to decrease it ourselves by doing the right things. And coming to my chat saying stupid shit like that stupid bitch, excuse my language, who said a moose in a tree. Girl, you better be glad, or dude, I couldn't say exactly what I wanted to say because I spoke in code. But I guess you get what I was saying, because I know what I was saying. This is not the 1800s, okay? Just know that on everything. It's not that time, okay? Or some of these other people do certain things too. It's not that time either, okay? So don't come on my channel making little threats and shit and things like that, because I do take, threats serious. You know what I'm saying? And I got many people who work in law enforcement, just so you can know that. And also, I don't give a fuck about that. Just don't make threats. That's all I got to say. It's not warranted, okay? It's not going to bring anybody back. It just makes matters worse, okay? And that's on everything. Other than that, y'all, I am getting ready to get out of here. I got to go to work. I don't know if I'm going to do that fuckery Friday tonight or tomorrow, because I've been on this damn live for 4 hours. So I don't know. We may do fuckery Friday, actually tomorrow morning real quick. I don't want to. Or I may just do it tonight. I don't know for sure. It just depends on what time I get back. And when I do it, you guys, we're going to talk about the black boy called a racial slur at school and how he got expelled. Okay, we're going to talk about that tonight. All right. And let's see what else we got here. They expelled the black boy. That's crazy, isn't it? But we need to know the whole story too. Okay, we got to find out the whole story, because we know how the news write up shit. Then we're going to talk about Diddy's attorney, who called out disturbing documentary. Okay. And we're going to talk about, we're going to look at what was rejected in Diddy's plea deal. Okay. And I just told you guys about Six Flags is closing all over. And then Jeezy is issued a warning to comply when he's going to jail. And let's see what else. We're going to talk about leftover food, how it can be dangerous. Damian Dash could be going to prison if he don't comply with his court orders, probably child support. Then we're going to talk about Scott Peterson and just whatever else I got on here, you guys. It's a lot of stuff, all right? So listen, in that movie Sinners, they said they use real spells, real priestesses, and they use voodoo, okay, when filming that movie. So we may talk about that. And anything else that I have, the fuckery stuff, that I do have. So until tonight, if I feel like it, or either tomorrow, I'll see you guys then. And thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you to everybody in the bushes, everybody who watches in the replay. Over here in the chat, we had a lot of people. Let's go through the list. So we had Jermaine over here, Tony Bands, Red Squid, X-Files, one in Eureka. Let's see if I said that right. Young Riz, Brown Sweet, And I am ready to go to y'all. Most hated. I got fully dressed while I was on this live. Kim B, and I did some chores at the same time. Jay Lord, you thought it was funny about this. This boy was doing this in school. So what the hell is it funny for? What kind of job do you do? Shell Quez, Double Edge Logic. And I hope I didn't miss anybody. The Greg knew you got your ass banned because you was talking stupid and shit over here. You was over here being a troll, talking dumb shit, saying it wasn't raining with your dumb ass. It was raining. Okay, and then it started raining even harder. All right. So don't come over here with no stupid stuff, dude. All right. Period. That's why you got your ass banned. If you come over here again, you're gonna get banned again if you start talking stupid. And that's on everything. All right. So other than that, y'all, thanks for keeping it respectful, peaceful, and all that. And I'll see you guys in the next live. Happy and blessed month of May. Happy born day to all of my May babies. Have a blessed evening and a blessed weekend. And I'll see you guys for Fuckery Friday, either tonight or either tomorrow. And I will be putting up a Country Wayne reaction video sometime tonight, and I will be doing a Dollar Tree / whatever haul for over the weekend. And I may show y'all another area that I just completed in my place. A lot of shit to do, y'all, little time to do it. But anyway, have a peaceful, blessed day. And I'll see you guys in my next live. This is Shades Tube. And I am out, you guys. Peace. Let me take this douche down off this screen. Who is this Double Edge? Okay, let's take him down. All right, let's go ahead and change all this stuff. Y'all know how I do this. Oh, don't forget to thumbs up, subscribe, hit the bell notification, share, and leave a comment. I forgot to tell y'all that again. I always forget. Sometimes I forget, you guys. Let me just flash it through the screen so y'all can remember. I always forget. There you go. All right. And if you want to show additional support for this channel, you can do a membership for $4.99, super sticker, super stats, a super chat, or either a Cash App donation or $ Shades too. Thank you guys. Peace out. I got to go. I got to go. I got to go, 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 go. Let me take this stuff down. And I'm just going to put this up here. I don't know for sure if I'm going to come on or not, but I'll still put that up there just in case I do. All right. You won't be talking about Karmelo Anthony tonight, or what's the name, unless somebody leaves some crazy ass comment. I have to address that or something. Okay? Peace. I forgot to tell you guys, Ruth, what's her name? Ruth Buzzy, the comedian. She passed on today at age 88. My condolences are expressed out to her family, friends, and fans, and may she rest in peace. All right? If y'all look her up, y'all know who I'm talking about. She used to be in all them sketch comedies and things like that. All right? Peace out.